Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 4:53 p.m. As the subcommittee is meeting to consider estimates of Department of Advanced Education and Early Childhood Development, as outlined in
Resolutions E1 and E.
Resolution E1 and E5. Do I need to read the resolution? Nope. Thank you. I will now invite the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect, and we have how many minutes? 46 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I get some questions. I'd like to start the same way with every department, every minister, around the FTE reduction, and then also the outside partners agencies reduction, and a breakdown of how that translates in terms of your vacancies and your attrition, current day, and actually how many positions will be laid off. So we did have that accurate data from one of the departments. So out of the total FTE reduction in the Department of Education, how many are actually going to be through attrition in this first year, and then how many will be actual layoff, so eliminating the position?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to start by saying, anytime there's, as the member knows, the member's held many positions, including Premier of this province, one of the few people that have had the honour to do that. But as he would know, the pressures on the province, especially financially, are pretty incredible, and there's a lot of things pulling at, there's a lot of things pulling at the purse string. So we are currently at 208. We are going to be down to 194. And our goal is to do most, if not all of it, through attrition.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Okay, and future years, attrition won't be all of that. You don't have 20% of open spaces through retirement. So is it the plan to reduce 20% of department staff in 4 years? And what do you think the impacts will be to services for education?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I mean, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but obviously, these aren't easy decisions to be made, and we know that these impact real people and have real impact on people's lives. So we don't take these decisions lightly. there's several avenues that we're looking at. What we can do through attrition, we will absolutely do through attrition. And then the other two avenues we're kind of looking at is consolidating or streamlining, making sure that we don't have, not consolidating, but reduction. Not, yeah, streamlining efficiency, I apologize. And seeing where AI can be used properly and ethically to help with the education system.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. And yes, technology can help provide efficiencies. Is there some upfront investment in AI or in this kind of technology that would help supplement services being lost at the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are working closely with CSDS. They would be the lead on these things to see where we can use AI efficiently and at the same time make sure that, we want to make sure that we're delivering the education that our children and our teachers and our frontline workers are accustomed to. And right now we're looking and working with CSDS on things with Copilot, things like that. So they'll take the lead, they're taking the lead on this, and we're working closely with them.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And your department does deliver important services. I don't have to tell the minister that. The departments that are actually on the ground delivering services, and I know the department supports educational centers to do the delivering, but those are going to be impacted by 3% this year in the so-called larger civil service, and future years also 3% reduction. So just want to confirm that the regional centers for education will have to reduce their staffing by 3%, and the CSAP will have to do that as well. They are the people, the entities that deliver educational programs, as the budget says. So what is the anticipation for service reduction at those centers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 3% is actually a 3% to administrative positions. So we're looking at efficiencies and around bulk purchasing, legal, things like that, where we can have our RCs work together closely. Things like finance. So we don't, we're in the process of working with the RCs right now on that plan, and we'll work closely with them. But this is about just finding duplications within the RCEs.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would submit that administrative positions are important to deliver services that Nova Scotians need, and it's going to get much more difficult, especially after this year, to find those positions to eliminate within a delivery center like that. And programs I think about are like around literacy. So I've heard that obviously the minister knows very well the changes that are going to improve literacy at the lower grades, but the literacy supports for students in the higher grades that have gone through the program at a grade 6 to 12 level, especially those that have dyslexia. So the learning methods that were used when they were in the younger grades were not sufficient. And we know that there's been a lot of good work to change that, the way that students learn how to read. But those that have reached the level of grade 6, we have high percentage of people that can't read at the literacy rates that they should be in grade 6. So what are we going to do for those students? And I think of these kind of cuts of being in the way because some centers of education, I believe it was told to me that it was Colchester, Mr. Chair, does a good job in ensuring that they get the kind of supports they need to upgrade their skills. But other centers of education don't. And there's no real enforceable policy to make sure that all RCs are providing that kind of extra support. Is that something that the minister's hearing about, and is there a way that we can make sure that there is support for those students that are above the grades that they're now learning and they're not reading at a grade level, grade 6 and beyond?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, we understand, obviously understand the importance of literacy, and we do have reading specialists in every region, and we have the movement towards structured literacy, which is phonics, going back to phonics. P2 is done, and we're going to continue to roll it out in blocks to ensure that all kids have access to it. For the older kids right now, what we do have is small group lessons that they work with the reading specialists, and they use the structured literacy, but our plan is, and the plan that we're working on, is continue to roll out in blocks to ensure that all kids have access to it.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's important for kids and for our economy to have literate folks entering the next stage of their education or in their career. And you know, when you have such a high percentage, I don't have it in front of me, but it was alarming when I heard how many people aren't reading at the grade level that they're in. And I do hear that it's happening better in some places. They can find it within the budget. It's a reallocation, not necessarily an increase. But how does the department ensure consistency across all centers of education for this and any other service that kids can get?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I want to thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and obviously literacy is foundational, and we want to make sure that we are appropriately teaching our kids, and those that are having difficulties have the resources they need. So we're constantly monitoring the assessment results to ensure improvements, and our staff is working side by side with the RC staff, and where help is needed, they work together. So it's really about, you're right, you know, if one area is doing something particularly well and they're getting better results, you know, working with them to see what they're doing. And the other thing is too, is I would say that as you would know, like depending, like what works in one area may not necessarily work in the next. So we just have to make sure that we adjust and we work accordingly, and that what we do is data driven and ultimately is there to improve the literacy of our children.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks like there's a reduction of $6 million as well as a reduction of 6 FTEs for learning opportunities programs and services, reducing that in half. Can the minister explain what programs and staff are being eliminated in that particular budget cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so it was 5 were just it was a transfer. between one part of the department to the next, and there was one FTE reduction. So 5 of them are still with us. They just are transferred to a different part of the department, but still doing great work.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. All right.
The one that was reduced was through attrition.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how are we doing on wait times for supports, for especially sports that have high needs, disabilities, looking at assessments for the implementation of individualized IPPs for students, and what kind of impact do you think we're going to see if we're going to continue down the road of reducing global budgets for the Department of Education? Like, where are we at for wait lists? Maybe the minister can speak to the wait lists, especially on IPPs, but I want to also ask about some other ones, but start with IPPs.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clear a few things up, I think, when we talk about this overall government budget, I think the Premier has been very clear that overall the budget's up, right? We're spending more money this year than we have last year, and we're investing in education, healthcare, we're investing in housing and affordability. And when it comes to education, the global budget is actually not down. It's actually up $115 million. So we're investing more money into it. There is no wait list for IPP assessments right now. Since 2021, we've added 1,400 new FTEs to the education system, and that would include teachers, specialists, counselors, speech language pathologists, teacher assistants, autism specialists, Mi'kmaq education coordinators, African Nova Scotia regional coordinators, school-based behavior supports, learning support teachers. The list goes on and on and on. And I can tell you that this budget, there is absolutely no reduction in classroom supports.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Okay, so what kind of vacancy rate do you have for specialists? We have speech language pathologists, as mentioned, school psychologists, occupational therapists especially. What does the vacancy look like?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, sorry. So the RCE is the employer, so they would have those specific numbers. But we do work closely with them, and when there are shortages, they make us aware of it, and we work with them to try to fill those positions. Certainly, we have challenges when it comes to geography and different parts of this province, obviously. And specific, speech pathologists, things like that can be particularly, there can be some difficulties around hiring. So we work with the RCEs as best as we can to attract and retain. What I can tell you is that for teachers, we have absolutely no vacancies right now. We've added 200 seats. And we are hiring every teacher that comes out of there. So we're doing our absolute best, knowing that there are some challenges in different parts of this province, and knowing that there are some challenges attracting people, but in certain positions, specialist positions. But again, we work closely, our staff works closely with the RCEs, and we do our absolute very best to try to attract and retain those specialists.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just find it odd that you know that there is no vacancies for the teaching positions, but you don't know what the vacancy is for those specialist positions that I guess the centers of education have. But I just have limited time, and I want to ask about the school and Timberlea, which I asked previously about, and I just want to ask what the timeline is looking like, and when do we expect it to break ground? My understanding is from the steering committee that we're very close to being able to break ground. I'd just like to know when the expected year of opening for that Timberlea school is.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
One second. Sorry, that's on
And
me.
we'll wait 1 second. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the member knows, the RFP is out and it's closed, and design is complete. I think the member may have seen the design, and that's in front of the steering committee. And once that's completed, and any and all feedback that we receive, then we'll be able to have more concrete numbers on that. That's when it goes out to tender and things like that. So the progress is really strong. I think I've shown to the member that when there is information to be had, that I share it with him, and I think it's very important. Lessons have been learned, and as somebody who went through a build myself, it's important to make sure that the community has the information and has the right information. And so I'll continue to share that as we get it. And once we get the full feedback from the steering committee and assess that, we'll have more concrete dates for the member.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I do have good communication from the department, I have to say, and there's a lot of anticipation from parents, though, especially when it comes to boundaries. I know there's a software, I don't remember what it's called, but the Center of Education kind of plugs in numbers and plays with boundaries. So I'm not asking what the boundaries are going to be, but when typically does the boundary decision get made? So this is a school in Timberley, but we have Beachville Lakeside Timberley that has become a collection of communities, identifies with one another. The existing schools will remain open. So we have Ridgecliff, which is, you know, more than overcrowded. And then we have BLT Elementary, and this is kind of in the middle. So lines have to be drawn somewhere. And I just want to be able to tell the community when the decision will be made on two operational things, the boundary and if French immersion will be included. That's also a big question that comes up for big reasons. I took French immersion. I'd have better French if it was earlier immersion, so I'm glad BLT now has earlier immersion. I started in grade 7, but I really want to see French immersion at that school, so just those two questions on when these kind of decisions will be made, and potentially if French immersion's already been decided would be awesome.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Apologize.
That's good, yep. So what the member is referring to is the Berger results, which are done annually, and that helps us make decisions in education based on data, up-to-date data. So when it comes to boundary reviews and things like that, that will happen closer to the opening of the school because, again, we want to make sure that we have the most up-to-date information. The member knows more than anyone, Timberley Prospect area, the area he represents might be one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing community in all of HRM. It's pretty impressive, some would say, and some would say not. But yeah, what's that? Yeah, good representation, exactly. So there's a lot of growth happening in that area. So we wouldn't make those decisions right now with the school years out from being open. And that the Berger results will also inform us on French immersion. So how many kids want to take French immersion, where they're going, where the flow goes, and things like that. But I will tell the member that there absolutely will be community consultation with the steering committee and HRCE. You know, we want to make sure that when these decisions are made, that community has buy-in.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the interim, we have a need for childcare spaces in that BLT area. There was a commitment formalized really at committee level when we got the response that there is approval for a number of sites for a modular unit, and Timberley was on that document that I was able to see. So just want to confirm that. I see in the budget documents that there is a line that talks about modular units, and just want to see the timeline, we did have some discussion around potentially putting a modular unit there before the school is built. So if there's a timeline to be able to give that to community would be great. If there's potentially even a partner that has been chosen of the many partners that are interested in delivering childcare. So where are we at with that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
So the reason we actually took it out of the RFP is because we believe that we can get it done faster than the school. So the plan obviously is to move forward with it. It is approved. Nothing has changed there. We're working on that now. We're working on partnerships and things like that. But the reason you don't see it in the RFP is because it will be open before the school.
Recognize the Honourable Member from Timberley Prospect.
So does that mean like this year, 2026, we'll have that, I mean, it doesn't take long for a modular unit to be set up and placed there, the land's there. So is it this year that will happen?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think when people hear the word modular, sometimes they think it may be faster. The truth is that these modulars are for childcare especially designed. So I can't give you a date on it, but what I can tell you is that it will open before the school does. It is a top priority of the department, and they're working on the design. And also on finding the best partner for it. So what I will assure the member is that we realize how important childcare is right across the province, but you know, in growing areas like the members is particularly important. Population is exploding in Timberley Prospect, and so we will see that hopefully sooner rather than later.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect within around 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. Okay. I want to talk about the other capital budget, the tangible capital asset budget. I think it's TCA. You know, I was motivated actually to run in 2013 in part because of the condition of our schools in Timberley. So there was zero money in the education budget to fix the deferred maintenance issues around roofs and things like that. The prior NDP government eliminated the fund altogether, and we were able to fix up the Prospect Elementary School, the BLT Elementary School, the Terrence Bay Elementary School with really needed capital funding. I think somewhere in the magnitude of 15 million, I think, was what was allocated for these kind of deferred maintenance issues. So just trying to get a sense of what we're looking at in this budget and maybe the next couple, how much capital funding is being allocated for schools and renovations and major repairs. And I know you worked on a lot of those in your community too.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since 2021, this government's invested almost $150 million toward deferred maintenance. A lot of times you'll get questions on how that's decided. It's decided through the Facility Coordinator Index, or sorry, Facility Conditions Index. And that will, it's data driven, and that's where you get the roofs and the windows and the heating systems and all the different things that are important. But we realize that it's not just about building new schools. Certainly building those new schools are extremely important, but it's also about maintaining our assets so that when students and staff and teachers go into those schools, they're proud of the schools they walk into. So we want the schools to match the world-class education that our professional, our teachers and staff are giving, and we're going to continue to invest in deferred maintenance.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect, about 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, but what's in this year's budget for that? Like, there's usually an annual commitment that goes to those capital improvements at schools that includes all the things that you mentioned. Do you have that?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
So it's about $15 million. We do know that, as the member's well aware, there's a lot of investment that's needed into our schools right across this province. The $150 million over the last few years has gone a long way, and we've seen vast improvements in our schools right across this province. But we're going to continue to invest within the best we can within the fiscal envelope we have, which is about $15 million a year.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
That's okay. You guys ready? Okay. Thanks a lot for your answers today. Appreciate it.
Time has expired for the Liberal caucus. We will now move to the NDP caucus, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Our time together on Friday, the last bit of questioning, the Minister requested a list of grants connected to inclusive education before he would respond to a question about what was the rationale to decrease budgets connected to inclusive education. I don't want to nitpick and fight every line, but suffice it to say that in that list, there are a number of budget lines that directly and indirectly impact inclusive education services in Nova Scotia. The Minister replied to that, yet his answer left unaddressed a question that I know is at the forefront of the minds of thousands of families across the province whose reliance on inclusive education is profound. School is not just a place of learning, it's a place where kids get care, toileting, food, medical support, occupational therapy, you name it. And so out of respect for the first voice concerns that I am hearing from parents and families in the inclusive education community, I just want to offer the Minister one more opportunity to outline the analysis and rationale he used to decide that significant cuts to the delivery of inclusive education were warranted in proposing this budget.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That, when you make these decisions and these type of, it's not easy. Obviously, nobody wants to make these things, but this is the fiscal reality that this entire country is in right now. Every province, territory, in the entire country. So, member will recall that Minister Laura asked departments to review what a 10% cut to grants could look like. We were asked to look at discretionary grants. Not that were not a contractual obligation to outside entities and third parties. We submitted those grants to a centralized team who reviewed it and decide. A lot of careful consideration was given to stay away from frontline services like healthcare, classroom, education, et cetera. And we wanted to make sure that we weren't cutting core services from the classrooms.
Sorry. I recognize the Honorable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. The Minister has statutory obligations under the Education Act and regulations to the Act to meet regularly with the Council on African Canadian Education to elicit feedback and input on the Department's funding, policy, and programming as it relates to African Nova Scotian students and communities. In particular, I'm thinking about Section 20A of the Education Act and Section 44 of the regulations to the Act, particularly subsections A, B, D, G, and J. Case published an open letter to the Minister, Premier, and other members of government loudly denouncing the cuts to supports for African Nova Scotians and learners across the province in this budget. Based on this letter, it's clear the Minister did not provide the Council with any advance notice of the proposed cuts or attempt to collect feedback or perspective of what their impact would be for community if they were made. Why did the Minister fail to disclose these cuts or the potential for these cuts to case? And why did he fail to do his due diligence to understand how the drastic cuts to support African Nova Scotian learners and staff in this budget would result in generationally harmful impacts?
I recognize, excuse me, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, this is an area where very difficult decisions were made that impact real people. And again, this is not something that you do easy. These decisions weigh on you. You know, we are staring down the barrel of a $1.2 billion deficit. But these decisions were made to ensure long-term sustainability and resilience of these programs. We want to make sure that they're sustainable and they're resilient. And so there is still, we're still investing $4.5 million in this budget toward African Canadian services, $550,000 for African Nova Scotia literacy and numeracy grants, $100,000 funding for Emotep, Legacy Academy, which aims to increase representation of African Canadians in STEM. $880,000 to DBDLI funding to support research to improve educational opportunities and outcomes for Nova Scotia learners of African descent, and $1.5 for BEA to support Nova Scotia communities in developing strategies to achieve an equitable education system. And every RCE and CSAP has an African Canadian coordinator, and there are now 93 African Nova Scotia support workers across this province. We fought hard to make sure that those resources stayed. Can we do more? This is the fiscal envelope that we're staring at. But I can tell you, and I can promise the members, and I can promise the community, when we have the ability to do more, we will do more. That is my promise. These are difficult decisions, and I've said it, and I'll keep repeating it. These are decisions that keep you up at night, especially when marginalized communities are impacted. And so we are going to make sure what we have in place is sustainable. We are going to make sure that the FTEs and the resources, the human resources in the system and the RCEs are still there. And I like I said, this department, myself, everybody fought tooth and nail to make sure that they were still there. And again, I'll repeat. When we have the ability to invest more, I will stand side by side with that member or any member and do everything I can to support the community.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
I thank the minister for sort of the breakdown of what remains in the budget. My question was really about why the minister, we used to have lots of channels for first voice input from African Nova Scotians. We used to have dedicated school board representations in every region of this province. Those are gone. We used to have a minister's advisory council in education that no longer meets. It's there in statute, but it's not functional anymore. And so the one channel that the minister has available to him with statutory obligations to meet with, it is the go-to resource for the minister to gather perspective about the impact of departmental choices as it relates to African Nova Scotians, is the Council on African Canadian Education. And it's fine to say decisions are tough, but making decisions that affect people without them hit doubly hard. It would be one thing if decisions were taken and there was robust dialogue and conversation and disclosure of the potential for cuts to this community, but the fact is they were never informed and they were blindsided by these cuts. And I worry that the approach taken by the minister as it relates to these cuts may result in lasting harms and the ability of community to trust the department to do what's best for African Nova Scotian students. And I think, the numbers aside, the relational harm of the approach is the issue that I'm really flagging here. Couple last questions on education before we move to some early childhood development. I'm sure the minister's aware the current collective agreement between the Nova Scotia Teachers Union and the Government of Nova Scotia. Article 71 mandates that a full-time school counselor must be assigned to each school site in the province by July 31st, 2026, so we're just a few months out from that. I'm hearing from many current candidates enrolled in the school counseling program at Acadia University, which I'm sure the minister knows is the province's principal source of qualified candidates to take on school counseling roles. These folks are reporting challenges with obtaining paid leaves that allow them to complete their practicums via the Article 60 process, and with being able to access placements that are reasonably close to their homes, even if they're outside of the regional center that they're employed with while on leave, that align with childcare and care of elderly relatives. I'm wondering what measures the minister is funding in this budget to ensure all school counselor candidates currently enrolled in programs in Nova Scotia will complete their programs barrier-free in time to make sure these openings are filled by the deadline of July 31st, 2026.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the member is aware, the last collective agreement did say that every school with over 150 students will have a school counselor, and we are working toward that. In 25-26, we hired 40. And in this budget, there's $7 million put aside to hire another 41 new FTEs. We have not heard, the department has not heard of any issues with the practicum, but if the member has specific issues, or if he has specific things that he can bring forward to the department and myself, we'll definitely work our way through that with him.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Subcommittee.
Thank you, Chair. Teachers have been clear that a recruitment and retention plan is needed in Nova Scotia. There's a global teacher shortage that affects every Canadian jurisdiction, and while sort of perhaps the peak strain of that shortage has kind of crested, nonetheless there will be long-term pressures on the system because teachers have the opportunity. Their skills are very portable. They can go wherever they want in the world and find gainful employment. To wit, the Department of Education currently has 61 public school teaching jobs advertised across the province. So there's, we do continue to experience challenges in recruitment and retention of staff because of those global pressures. Teachers spent their solidarity on a memorandum of understanding on page 88 of the current teachers agreement. MOU 11, a committee to consider Nova Scotia teacher recruitment and retention, was agreed to. We understand from testimony at a recent legislative committee meeting that committee was formed and met, and has provided the department with a number of recommendations. We asked about those recommendations in committee without any clear answers. So I wonder if the minister can outline how many recommendations he received from that committee and how many the minister intends to put in place based on the committee's recommendations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since that report or those recommendations have come forward, what we do know is that we as a department have been working on data and the data in the system, and what we do know is that the attrition rate for teachers in the system is actually 1.1%, which is quite low. We are now working with the NSTU with that data to ensure that we are making the right decisions that don't have unintended consequences on the classroom. We want to make sure that we make the right decisions with the correct data in partnership with the NSTU to ensure that we do what's best for their members, for all staff and all students. So we are working closely with them with the data that we have. And that data was not available when those recommendations came forward, but they have been a willing partner. They've been a great partner, and we'll continue to meet with them and work through and make progress with them.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. It's clear that the department thinks very well of the collaborative work that took place, under sort of the shared purview of department and union representation on this committee about recruitment and retention. The testimony we heard at committee demonstrates that, the experience was positive and collegial, and that the content of the recommendations was intelligent, thoughtful, and helpful to the project. I'm just curious as to why it seems that the report of this committee is veiled in such secrecy, and why the recommendations, if the major partner of the government and the teachers union, the teachers union, if they both affirm the findings of the committee, why can't the contents of the report be shared with the public so the public understands what the joint priorities of the two major stakeholders around recruitment and retention agree to work on and putting forward for the greater good of the school system?
Okay. Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
A couple of things. I will state that we are now certifying more teachers than we have positions. And, we want to make sure that any decisions we make are made on hard, real data. There were some really valuable and the opinions that were given during the committee were very valuable and knowledgeable, but the truth is that they were not based on data, and so now we actually have the data, and that's why we are working collaboratively with the NSTU. There is no secret state, whatever the member is trying to say here. There's no secrets. The truth is that this report was not based on data. So now that we have the data, we have met with the NSTU, we have met with their leadership, we continue to meet with their leadership, we are working together, we are sharing data with them, and we are going to make decisions based on the best outcomes for the teachers and the students. If we don't, we could be investing in areas, or we could be having impacts in the classroom, unintended consequences. We don't want that. What we want is to make sure that when we invest in the classroom, we do it collaboratively with the union, with the parents, with the students, and we have them all in mind when we make these decisions. I'm very proud of my relationship right now with the NSTU. I talk to their president quite often, whether it's in meetings or texting or phone calls. He is a wealth of knowledge, and I don't. I am glad that we were able to work together in the way that we were working together. What we don't want to go back to is 10 years ago, or when myself and the member, who are the same age, people graduated with teaching degrees and sat on a sub list for 10 years. Because what happened is they either left the profession or they left the province. So we want to make sure that the money, the resources, and I'll remind the member again that the global budget for this department has increased by $115 million, which shows the importance of education to this government and to the people of Nova Scotia. The Premier has been very, and I have been very, and everyone in this government has been very consistent in what we've said. We need to continue to invest in healthcare. We need to continue to invest in housing and education, invest in people and affordability. And that's what we're going to do. So when it comes to this report, we are in agreement with the NSTU that we need to make decisions based on data. We need to make decisions based on what's best for their members, and just as important, if not more importantly, for the children. And that's exactly what we're doing.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
Thank you very much.
Chair. So I wanted to ask the Minister again about the guidelines supporting transgender and gender diverse students. As I've shared with the House, our student success surveys year after year report some of the worst sort of mental health outcomes and belonging outcomes in comparison to their peers. And I understand that there's a belief that the Code of Conduct addresses this. I politely disagree with that. I continue to hear from teachers who are afraid of reprisals, so they're not necessarily coming forward, or their union reps about feeling unequipped to handle incidents of homophobia and transphobia in the schools, that they have a lack of support from their administration, or their administration doesn't know what to do. And so I really feel like we keep asking students this question. They keep saying, hey, it's not really great, and then we don't do anything about it. So I'm wondering how the Minister is monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the Code of Conduct, particularly with its usefulness in supporting trans and gender diverse students.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start by saying that no one in our school system, no one employed by the RCEs or the Department of Education should be afraid of reprisal. And if that is happening, and the member knows of specific incidents, I would ask that she confidentially bring that forward to me. I take that extremely serious, as would any decent human being, I would think. Our students, our staff, our teachers all need to feel safe in our schools, and that is a top priority. The member knows the guidelines for supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students was most recently revised in 2016. These guidelines continue to be in place and supported through updated resources. And the recently updated Provincial School Code of Conduct includes bullying, discrimination, sexual harassment. These are all unacceptable behaviors, and they're not tolerated. We recently renewed our contract with the Youth Project, who, as the member is keenly aware, are incredible partners. And so that includes resources for school, gay, straight alliances. and we continue to give professional development to our staff and teachers. There are supports in place, whether there's counselors, psychologists, school-based behavior support, social workers. And the big thing that is happening now is that, one of the big things I should say, is that through the school code of conduct, and I know that I'm aware that not every incident of violence or discrimination is being reported. But when I have conversations with our RCEs and our staff, we encourage them to report that through Power School, because that allows us to have real information. So if we are seeing trends in the schools, if we are seeing things like the member has brought to me, then we can use our resources and specifically target these things, and help communities that need it. And so that's what we're trying to get at here. We're trying to see where the problems are, what schools in particular, what age group, all those things. I hope the member knows that I'm genuine when I say this. I truly believe, you are free and you should be free to be who you want to be and love who you want to love. And I take it personal when I hear those things. And, I heard the member talk about their own experience, especially online. And it's absolutely disgusting. Not your comments, but I go back to we're in 2026. This is behavior you'd think from 1726, right? And not to compare, but even when we talked about the gay pride flag, and I think the member was aware of how quickly I came out and was like, fly it proudly. And some of the feedback I got was pretty gross, so I can just imagine the feedback that member gets. And I'll leave you with this, but there was one person who sent me a particularly nasty message and how I was never going to get his vote again, and my response was, I never want it again. So I can tell you that we are going to make the decisions based on the data that we're getting from the schools. We'll continue to invest in, if the member is okay, that vulnerable section of students. And I want them to know that when they go to school, they are free to learn, they are free to love, and they're free to be who they are. And that is all part of their education. And as long as I have the privilege to be an MLA, as long as I have a privilege to be a minister, and just as importantly, as long as I have a privilege to be a father, I will stand up for her community. Their community.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to pivot to Halifax Needham. I just received word that Ward 5 Neighborhood Center lost 100% of its funding from the province. And it's devastating for our North End families and our seniors, especially after what our SGM families have gone through with 5.5 years of delays. They provide before and after school care, and they've been a staple in our community for over 50 years. And my thought is, what is the rationale to this? This is a lot of funding to an organization that has been in community and that has been providing childcare for a lot of families. And so families are messaging me right now saying, what are we going to do? Because we don't know what this is going to look like.
Order. You want some clarification? So I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
You said Ward 5, right?
Ward 5 Neighborhood Center.
Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
I apologize. So from the department, there was no cuts to childcare, so I don't know if this came from our, it doesn't seem like this cut came from us.
So it's a before, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh,
Sorry, I apologize.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they said it was funding from the Department of Education early childhood because it's before and after school care. So they said that they have literally lost 100% of its funding from the province. So I'm just, relaying that message because they're just as confused as to why they don't have funding.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
So I'll have to get more information from the member. This is not from us. So it may be just because recreation program may be somewhere else. But I will 100% sit down with the member. We'll work through this and we'll figure out where it is and we'll work with community on it. Thanks.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if the minister can outline how much is invested in this budget to substantially reduce child care fees. The one thing is clear, despite all the back and forth between myself and the minister, there's no question that child care fees remain very high for Nova Scotian families outside of those who don't pay for their kids to attend pre-primary. Those fees are routinely twice or three times the $10 a day target that was promised. So how much is in the budget to reduce childcare fees this year, bring it closer to that $10 a day rate? And what does the minister intend the average daily cost to parents be at this time next year?
Get about 30 minutes. We have about approximately 20 minutes remaining. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I just want to be clear that on a few points. So I might take a few minutes if that's okay. But I'll leave lots of time for the member. The budget this year, the amount in this budget for childcare is $336 million. For pre-primary is actually $71 million. So we are on average right now at $12.13, an average that the federal government has accepted. So I just want to repeat that. The $12.13 is the average that the federal government has now accepted. What that means is some people are paying a little more, some people are paying less. There are 4,000 families in this province that are paying $0 right now for childcare. There's key areas that we focused on. Obviously, fees, spaces, but also on the workforce. And I do want to take a moment to clear up some of the stuff that's been said about where Nova Scotia actually is. If you look at the $10 a day target, the space, and the workforce, we are second in the country. Let me repeat that. We are second in the country. Of the 9,500 spaces that we are obligated to create, we're at 9,200. We will hit our 95. We are at $12.13 on average with a 50% reduction. Some have hit the $10, but I'll tell you, the ones that have hit the $10, in one particular case, one of the provinces that the member keeps stating has hit $10, they're obligated to hit 23,000 new spaces. They're at 5,000. The other one, so none of them, except for PEI, has hit both. But the difference between Nova Scotia and PEI is that we have pension and wage benefits for our valued employees. Now, I've heard the member talk about how much those employees make. Well, they make more than New Brunswick, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, BC, Newfoundland. Their hourly wages is higher than all of those provinces. A lot of those provinces have a lot larger budget than us. This is the range per hour. We are at $30.46. That has made a massive difference in the lives of those employees. And I would say those valued employees. I told the story last Friday about running into somebody who works in the industry, and they talked about how life-changing the pension and benefits has been for them. That they don't have to worry about, first of all, medical for their children, and how they actually can think about retirement now. Respectfully, I've heard the NDP state several times that we have invested in all the wrong areas. And that's why we are doing so terrible when it comes to childcare. Second in the country is not terrible. I would argue that second in the country for a population of 1 million people in little old Nova Scotia is punching well above our weight. And I'm very proud of the work this department has done. I'm very proud of the work this government has done. I think of the employees in the department. One name I'll throw out, I'm not going to say any last name, is one of the people that work there, Pam, who work ethic is through the roof and cares deeply about this and works with our stakeholders and our partners and has done an incredible job. Her and her team have done an incredible job on childcare. So when they hear opposition say how horrible we're doing in childcare without any facts, without any knowledge of what's happening. It's pretty disheartening. And that's why I take it personal. I think the member was a math teacher, I think I'm correct in saying that the member was a math teacher, so he knows what average means. Some people are paying a little more, some people are paying less. But I'm very proud of the fact that we are at $12.13 and that the federal government has accepted this as our rate, our average rate. Surely the member does not know more than the experts in Ottawa who drew up this contract and approved the contract and approved the conditions. Maybe he does. Maybe I misunderstood. But I trust our partners on this. And what I will say in the end is that we are still in negotiations. We're still in negotiations with the feds. They understand where we are at and where every other province and territory is at. And when I speak to other federal or provincial ministers, whether it's BC, whether it's Ontario, it doesn't matter who it is, the first words out of their mouth is, how did you do it? How did you create all those space, drop rates by 50% on average, get down to $12.13 average, and at the same time have one of the highest hourly ranges in the country with pension and benefits? How did you do it? And I say, I didn't do it. This government has invested heavily into childcare, and this department has done an absolutely outstanding and incredible job. And I said to one minister, I said, do you want to know how to do it? And they said, how? I said, you need to steal this entire department.
So if I could, we're at 11 minutes remaining. Are we ceding to the independent now? Thank you. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello again, everyone. Just with only a few minutes, I have two questions, so I will be brief. My first question relates to the 2023 announcement for a replacement school in New Germany. It was a replacement of the elementary and the high school, and it is intended to be a consolidation. Since that time, community have been incredibly eager to see progress around that, and I know they've reached out to myself and to the neighboring MLA in Lunenburg, where the school resides, looking for updates. And so I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update on where that school is in the planning process and when the community can expect to see visible signs of progress and to finally have a new school, new replacement school available to them.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and what I can tell the honourable member is that it still is in the site selection committee, site selection process. I understand, again, I've said this before, and going through this process can be, I would say, frustrating at times. It does take quite some time. I do know that we're also, I don't know if the member knows, but we're also looking at some childcare in that as part of it. And we'll try to get some new information right away. When I do have that information, I'll make sure that the department calls you and gives it to you firsthand. I do appreciate the urgency, and I do appreciate the need for the community. So as soon as I get that information, I'll make sure it's in your hands.
I recognize the Honorable MLA for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate information when it's available, but I would ask right now, what's the holdup? It's been years since the announcement was made. My understanding is there is land nearby. There are 2 schools from which to choose, and the default or the first presumption is that it goes on existing school land. So I fail to understand why there is such a significant delay. On any information the minister could share about that would be helpful.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it is in the site selection stage. There's a lot of things, as the former minister knows, that goes into these things. The moment I have updated information and the moment we have more information on this, I will make sure that I put it in her hands directly.
I recognize the Honorable Member Honorable MLA for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, well, I will look forward to receiving that information, as I know the community will as well. My next question. Since this particular session began, I've had a surprising number of community members reaching out to ask me what a ministerial assistant does. So I'm wondering if the minister can explain for us the duties and responsibilities of the ministerial assistant and what that looks like in the Department of Education.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development with 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I would say that this isn't the first time that there has been ministerial assistance. I know that it happened under the Liberals. I did some of that under the former Minister Regan, and I know that the NDP actually had that under Premier Dexter. So obviously all 3 parties see value in this. Listen, where there is a lot of experience around this caucus, There's a lot of experience in the legislature. And I do rely on MLA McGowan has been an incredible resource. This is somebody who has had decades and decades in the system. He was a principal. He worked for RCE. He does attend meetings with me, and he attends some briefings. He's met with stakeholders, and he has met with people on my behalf. I believe that I've always said this. I don't believe that I'm the smartest person in the room. I think the best leaders and the best people surround themselves with experience. They surround themselves with wisdom, and they surround themselves with people who have different opinions. And so Mr. MLA McGowan brings that to the table. He does an incredible job, but so do all the MLAs. And it's, you know, in the past, I know that the member for Shabakto, I spoke to them on issues around homelessness and that impacted their community. And that member gave me outstanding advice, and we actually acted on that member's advice. So when it comes to solving issues in Nova Scotia, when it comes to the constituents of Nova Scotia, when they have issues, when they have things that they need solved, they don't necessarily, I've never heard anyone in my 13 years of doing this say, you know what, like, I'm going to go to the Liberal because that they have the answer, or the PC or the NDP. When people come into my office, they come in looking for assistance and looking for help, and I am very proud to work side by side with MLA McGowan. We have a number of teachers and educators in this caucus, including Minister Hallman, Minister Armstrong, and so many others. And I rely on
Order, please.
them.
The time for questions has expired. We'll now move to the minister's closing statements, if he has any, and to read the resolutions E1 and E5.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I recognize. I'm anxious to get rid of you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and out of respect to the members, I'm not going to do a closing statement. I'm just going to read the resolution, if that's okay. So, E1, resolved that a sum not exceeding $542,339,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Advanced Education pursuant to the estimate. E5, resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,341,678,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand?
Yes.
The resolutions are stood. That ends the questioning of education and early childhood development. We're going to take a brief recess while environment and climate change gets sets up. So we're going to 5-minute recess. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 6:46 p.m. This subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates of the Department of Environment and Climate Change as well as Office of Service Efficiency with respect to resolutions E8 and E33. Be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $59,877,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate. Additionally, be it resolved that the sum not exceeding $3,338,000 be granted to Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of Service Efficiency pursuant to the estimates. I now invite the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to make opening remarks of up to an hour, and if they wish to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues here at the Subcommittee of Estimates. Very pleased to be joining you this evening to discuss the budget for environment and climate change, the budget for the Office of Service Efficiency, and of course the overall budget for the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, this is a budget that sees an increase, a 12.4% increase in overall health and wellness spending, a 9.6% increase in public works, a 7.6% increase in our seniors and long-term care, a 6.4% increase in investments for opportunities in social development, and a 5.2% increase in overall spending at the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. I say that, Mr. Chair, because we are a government that very much continues to make the key investments to move Nova Scotia forward. We continue to be a government that makes the investments to set Nova Scotians up for success. So I'm very pleased to be here today, this evening, to speak about the priorities of a department that I've had the privilege of serving as minister going on year 5. I believe I'm now the longest-serving environment minister possibly in the history of this province, along with the longest-serving environment minister in Canada at the moment, along with my deputy minister, of course. So we're very excited to be with you to discuss the estimates for environment and climate change and the estimates for the Office of Service Efficiency. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotians have entrusted the Houston government to create a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous province. And I want Nova Scotians to know we are laser-focused, absolutely laser-focused on delivering that sustainable, resilient, and prosperous province. Certainly in a time of global economic uncertainty due to the Trump tariffs, certainly what we've witnessed over the past number of days transpire in the Middle East with the conflict with Iran reminds us how important it is for a jurisdiction like Nova Scotia, like all jurisdictions, all provinces and territories, to be as self-reliant and interdependent with each other as well. Absolutely key as we build up our economy responsibly and sustainably. The Department of Environment and Climate Change has a pivotal and an absolutely essential role in fulfilling that commitment we have made to Nova Scotians. Our mandate at the department, I'd like to remind you, is twofold. First and foremost, we lead the response within government to global climate change. Certainly, I've said over the years, Mr. Chair, that our response is an all-hands-on-deck approach. And that all-hands-on-deck approach encompasses departments like natural resources and public works and education and the Department of Energy, all government departments working together and ensuring we always have a climate lens in terms of the policies that we're enacting. And then our first duty, our primary duty at this department is to serve as the regulator, the neutral regulator of large industry. And I know when I was first appointed to this position in the fall of 2021, I was fortunate enough to have a former deputy minister of this department, now a very prominent president of a university here in Nova Scotia, say to me, remember, never forget your core mandate. You are the regulator. I remember thinking, wow, like, what does that mean? Well, I've certainly learned over the past 5 years stewarding 53 environmental assessment processes. And I think we've learned a thing or two along the way on how to be an effective and efficient regulator. Environment and climate change is where, in fact, government's priorities of addressing climate change, transitioning to a clean economy, and safely and responsibly unlocking the full potential of our natural resources, and safeguarding our land, water, and air, they come together and they are integrated. I think, Mr. Chair, that is an awesome definition of sustainable development. Building up our economy, but at the same time protecting our environment. And that is a core principle that guides everything we do, not only at the Department of Environment, but all across government. Sustainable development is what guides all of our actions. Is this good for the environment? Is it good for the economy? Do the two go hand in hand? A Minister of Environment and all staff at this department are duty-bound under legislation, under the Environment Act and under the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act to adhere to the idea of sustainable development, that we can build up our economy responsibly and sustainably and still maintain strong environmental protections for the current generation and for future generations. In the coming year, our department's focus and priorities are crystal clear, and our budget maintains our core services. Mr. Chair, we will continue to lead the response to climate change with a fully funded climate plan. We are the first government in the history of this province to have a fully funded climate plan. We are going to continue to hold large emitters accountable for reducing our emissions. We have what's known as the output-based pricing system. This is often referred to as the industrial carbon price, but we have a strong system that holds large emitters accountable to ensure that they are minimizing their greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, support for the transition to clean energy through clear and streamlined approval processes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, in the past 4 years as the regulator, I've approved 16 onshore wind farms that in the course of time, once operational, will contribute to our transition to clean renewables and affordable energy. That once going is going to be transformational for our province. We also continue to ensure our environment, the land, water, and air, is safeguarded by continuing to uphold high environmental regulatory standards and through land conservation work. This year, we'll continue to oversee the responsible and safe development of our natural resources by holding Nova Scotians and companies accountable for complying with the Environment Act. Mr. Chair, we have 10 regional offices of the Department of Environment and Climate Change, from Yarmouth to Bridgewater, to our Bedford office, to Pictou County, to Antigonish, to our Sydney office, just to name a few. And in those offices are staffed with environmental professionals that ensure companies throughout Nova Scotia are following the strict terms and conditions of their environmental assessment approvals and their industrial approvals. Our natural resources sector provides the building blocks needed to ensure Nova Scotians have safe and modern roads and highways, cement to build homes, hospitals, long-term care homes, schools and other buildings, wind turbines and batteries, and much, much more. Quite simply, our natural resources sector provides the modern services that we all rely on and that contribute to a high quality of life. Mr. Chair, a government's role is to clear pathways so people, communities, and businesses can thrive, build, and succeed. This makes the role of the environmental regulator more vital than ever. As the neutral regulator, as the steward of the process, I have a duty, and my team has a duty, to make sure development and the harnessing of our natural resources for the benefit of all Nova Scotians happens in compliance with our strict and rigorous environmental laws and regulations. Mr. Chair, we have done significant work over the past few years to streamline and clarify our approval processes for industrial projects without weakening environmental protections. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, the Department of Environment and Climate Change was recognized in the Senate a few months ago by a Nova Scotia senator for our effectiveness, for our innovation in being a responsive regulator, a regulator that ensures companies do not find themselves in that regulatory hell, otherwise known as analysis paralysis. Rather, companies know they are coming to a jurisdiction that takes regulations very seriously, and that we are a jurisdiction that will ensure that there is a clear pathway to a yes or a no. Our work will continue because we know that the path to compliance is clear, easy to understand rules, and streamlined processes. Our rules are becoming so clear and easy to understand and so streamlined that you may have heard the news, you may have heard the buzz that Nova Scotia was awarded not too long ago, a few weeks ago, the grade of A by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Not bad, Mr. Chair, not bad at all. The Departments of Energy and Natural Resources are pursuing new opportunities in wind energy, natural gas, critical minerals, and more. And Mr. Chair, I can certainly tell you our Premier is very aggressive at ensuring Nova Scotia is is open to the world, and that he is spreading the message throughout the United States and throughout Canada and throughout Europe, all jurisdictions that he can get to let them know that we are a jurisdiction that is very much open for business. Now, my role as the neutral regulator is to make sure this development is done safely, sustainably, and responsibly. And the moment the Premier, told Nova Scotians in January of 2025 what a priority resource development was, my team was there to tell Nova Scotians, Mr. Chair, we are a responsive regulator. We are ready to regulate new emerging sectors. We have a track record of doing that, whether it's green hydrogen, wind turbines, batteries, all new emerging sectors. We are ready to regulate responsibly and safely and effectively and clearly. And we are prepared to do that every day for every potential project that could come to Nova Scotia. Cumbersome or unclear regulations, they delay projects. This results in lost investment, lost revenue, and lost opportunities for communities. That is why regulators must continuously look for opportunities to streamline, clarify, and improve regulatory processes so that conditions for businesses and communities can grow, while also maintaining strong environmental guardrails. Mr. Chair, saying yes to responsible development is not lowering environmental standards. Rather, it's about enforcing them clearly and consistently. By upholding high regulatory standards, we protect the environment while also enabling the clean energy projects and resource developments that will power our beautiful province's future and help Nova Scotia create new economic, job, and trade opportunities. Now, Mr. Chair, if I put my climate change hat on, Nova Scotia's path to lower emissions runs straight through the resources we are blessed with: steady and strong winds, a skilled workforce, and the critical minerals needed to build batteries, electric vehicles, and clean power. When we develop these resources responsibly, we don't choose between climate action and economic growth. We advance both. Sustainable development. Reducing carbon emissions isn't only about what we stop doing. It's about what we build. Wind energy, battery storage, and the minerals that make them possible, they are essential to a cleaner future. And by developing these resources here at home in Nova Scotia, with strong environmental standards and community benefits, we strengthen our economy and we cut emissions at the same time. Mr. Chair, protecting the environment and enabling responsible development, let me be clear, these are not competing goals. Good regulators throughout the world, throughout Canada, do both by weighing the risks, benefits, and long-term impacts. An effective environmental regulator succeeds when it protects people, the land and water they depend on, and gives industry a clear, fair path to move responsible projects forward. Strong regulators, Mr. Chair, strong regulators don't slow progress. They make progress possible. So before I touch on my other responsibility with the Office of Service Efficiency, I want to take a moment and thank the incredible team at Environment and Climate Change. These have been my colleagues going on for the past 5 years. These are incredible professionals who show up each and every day to work exceptionally hard on behalf of Nova Scotians. The department's biggest strength, it's the staff. These are scientists, these are engineers, these are environmental and climate change policy analysts, they're lawyers, they're hydrologists, they're compliance officers, and so on. And their work, Mr. Chair, is 100% rooted in the latest science, facts, and evidence. Their expertise helps ensure that every approval that I issue as minister, every decision I make, is credible and defensible and rooted in the facts, the data, and the science. Our department's work will become more important than ever in the coming years for Nova Scotia as we work with new urgency to transform Nova Scotia, to transform it safely and responsibly, and to unlock the full potential of our natural resources, safeguard our environment, and combat climate change. Monsieur Président, Mr. Chair, I also want to thank some key partners of the Department of Environment and Climate Change. I think of the Clean Foundation, Scott Skinner and the amazing team at the Clean Foundation and the incredible work that they do throughout Nova Scotia and the lives they have impacted, how influential they have been on so many young people, and the great work that they do throughout our communities. I want to take a moment and give a shout out to Efficiency One and a shout out to Stephen McDonald, who has just recently retired from that organization. A decade of leadership from Stephen and the team that he assembled there on helping Nova Scotians achieve energy efficiency, achieve those cost savings, along with helping improve the environment. And we wish Stephen all the best, and we know that Efficiency One will be in good hands under the new leadership. Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. We have 49 municipalities, I think with 370 councillors. The NSFM, with the leadership of Juanita Spencer, they do incredible work. They are great colleagues to the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Divert Nova Scotia, Mr. Chair, Stacey Bro and the team at Divert Nova Scotia, who do our Crown Corp that does incredible work facilitating our recycling programs. The Electronic Products Recycling Association, Malia Kent Parker, and the great work that organization is doing throughout the province. Mr. Chair, Circular Materials, an incredible organization tasked with the implementation of strengthening our circular economy through extended producer responsibility. Remarkable work being done by Circular Materials, and in the next 2 years, the work that we'll be doing with all stakeholders to implement extended producer responsibility. I think of an organization like Net Zero Atlantic. Incredible research and innovation being done by an organization like Net Zero Atlantic, and we recognize how important that groups like that are. That's why we've incorporated research and innovation, Mr. Chair, into the Nova Scotia Climate Change Plan, a 5-year plan that needs to be renewed by 2027. And of course, our land trust organizations like the Nova Scotia Nature Trust and Bonnie Sutherland, organizations like the Nature Conservancy of Canada. A big thank you to Madame Françoise Roy. Incredible work that Françoise and the team are doing, and I really appreciate the conversations we've had with the Nature Conservancy of Canada on what land and water conservation looks like in the national context of responsible resource development. And of course, a special thank you to the Ministers' Roundtable. The Ministers' Roundtable on Sustainable Prosperity. When I became minister, I found like they only met once a year. And one of the early directives I gave is I love engagement and discussion. Let's meet every 2 months. And this is a panel of experts, a panel, environmentalists, people from industry. We have the NSFM, like people from so many different segments of our society providing advice to the minister and senior staff at the department. They do incredible, incredible work. And I want to give a final shout out. I want to give a shout out to the Minister's Youth Climate Council. Youth and the empowerment of youth is something I hold very close to my heart. Now, while my kids have no memory of this, none, because I've been in Nova Scotia politics now almost a decade, I was a teacher at one time. And my kids are like, what? You've always just been like this politician, right? And it's like, at one time, my kids are like, why are they calling you Mr. Hallman? Aren't you Minister Hallman? I'm like, no, at a different time, in a different place, it was a different job. But this Youth Climate Council was something very important to me early on as a minister to get this going. They have direct access now to the ministers, just not the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, but to the Minister of Youth, Minister of Education. In the past, we've had the Minister of Education there, and of course, senior staff. And I highly appreciate the perspective of young people. This is an organization, ages 14 to 24. You can apply and join, and we've had some great discussions. I also want to take this opportunity and thank the former members of the Environmental Racism Panel for their advice, which continues to inform our work at environment and climate change and across government. Minister Armstrong and his team at the Office of Anti-Racism and Equity will now lead the work in response to the panel's advice. And Mr. Chair, I am honored to indicate that in this budget, there is $935,000, almost $1 million in funding over 2 years for the work to begin on addressing environmental racism. I'll end by reiterating how I started. Budget 2026 makes it clear that the core mandate of environment and climate change is intact, it's necessary, and beneficial to Nova Scotians. In the coming year, we will continue our work with a clear line of sight to doing our part to making Nova Scotia sustainable, resilient, and prosperous. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to touch briefly on the other responsibility that I have within the Government of Nova Scotia, the Office of Service Efficiency. So, Mr. Chair, like my colleagues throughout government, we feel the profound responsibility and we feel the great privilege of the trust Nova Scotians have placed in us to meet this moment with purpose and action. This is not a time to be timid. It's not the time to wait and see. It's not the time for effort sprinkling. As the Premier has told us multiple times, it is time to be bold. It is time to say yes when saying no would be easier. If there is one thing I have learned as a minister of the Crown, it's that the greatest limit on our potential as a province isn't our vision. It's the reasons we give ourselves for not pursuing it. By never asking why or why not, even when times or circumstances change. By accepting how things have always been done as, that's good enough. Or, you know what, this isn't how it's done here. This is how we've always done it. This is just how it's gonna be. And by allowing barriers to stand between us and a better future. Those barriers take many shapes and forms. Some are rules put in place when we were still using typewriters. I mean, I've seen regulations going back to the 1990s when like Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead were still popular shows. It's like decades have passed and we haven't updated our regulations. Or they may be outdated processes put in place when flip phones or beepers were considered advanced technology. Imagine the rate of change, how quickly it happens now. And we're dealing with archaic rules going back to the decade of the mullet or in the 1990s, right? But I understand the mullet's coming back, Mr. Chair, so we'll leave it at that. So usually they're well-meaning requirements that have grown too complex and they haven't kept up with the world around us. For far too long, these barriers, and let's call them what they are, red tape and inefficient service, they have been treated as nothing more than sources of frustration. And when you look at any one of them in isolation, that's exactly how they feel. Frustrating. Talk to any business owner. Talk to anyone associated with a not-for-profit. Talk to anyone that has been stuck in analysis paralysis. When you want to move forward and get something accomplished for your business or your community, and you are confronted with roadblock after roadblock and not receiving any explanation, nothing is more frustrating for a resident. But in the real world, where people and businesses interact with government in nearly every aspect of our lives, these barriers never stand alone. These single sources of frustration are compounded, and together they add up to real impediments to growth, to investment, and to progress. They cost Nova Scotians time, money, and they cost them opportunity. They slow down the construction of homes and hospitals. I've seen it in my own community. I had a friend in 2008 who sold his house because he heard a rumor there might be a new subdivision, the Port Wallace subdivision, coming to East Dartmouth. Well, that subdivision didn't get going until 2021. Oh, there was talk of it in 2008. They were having community meetings, but it didn't get going until 2021. So folks, I think we'd all recognize, Mr. Chair, we'd all recognize that type of delays discourage investments in industries like resource development that are essential to building a future-ready province. As a matter of fact, I can remember as a rookie regulator, an environmental regulator in 2021, meeting with a fairly prominent business owner here in Nova Scotia. And it was almost a cathartic release for this individual in terms of how frustrating, when he was talking to me, how frustrated he was with the regulatory pathway. And I remember thinking, my goodness, we have to reform this. We have to make things more effective and efficient. And we have. But we're never stopping. We're always utilizing a service efficiency lens. Red tape weakens our ability to be resilient and to prepare for the future from a position of strength. The Office of Service Efficiency was created to root out the barriers holding us back, to cut red tape and improve services, and to work with colleagues across government to make continuous improvement, not only a core value, but Nova Scotia's competitive advantage. Continuous improvement. In my previous profession, we called that PFI, Planning for Improvement. You're always, always looking to create a culture in your organization. What more can we do? How can we get better? How can we improve the process? By doing this, this focus shifts our mindset from the status quo is good enough to good enough never is. It means making government work faster and better for Nova Scotians and meeting this moment with the urgency it demands. Moving fast does not mean we are reckless. Moving fast means we are going through a process that has lots of checks and balances, lots of guardrails along the way to protect the things that we hold precious. Mr. Chair, being bold means having the courage to ask one of the simplest but most impactful questions. Why? Why does this form still exist? Why do we need this permit? Why does this approval take so long? Why do we have duplicative processes? Why are there hoops to jump through when a business wants to sell their products in another province or territory? Shout out to Premier Houston and Premier Ford today on the announcement for opening up markets for alcohol and different products and things of that nature. We're starting to see more evidence of freer trade coming to Canada and among the provinces. Colleagues across government are asking those very questions. And together we are identifying pain points that limit economic growth, investment, or access to critical services. Colleagues across government are asking these very questions. The federal provincial meeting of environment ministers in Yellowknife in the summer of 2025. Wow, powerful meeting. Remember, environment ministers, we're regulators, right? And at that meeting, for the first time, we could really feel the sense we got to get our act together. We have to do a much better job collectively as provinces in regulating industry in order to unleash the potential, the full economic potential of the Canadian economy. But identification of the problems is only the first step. The Office of Service Efficiency also helps implement solutions, and critically, we measure results. Since 2021, work across government to modernize regulations and reduce red tape annually, listen to this, Mr. Chair, saves Nova Scotians businesses more than $21 million. And that's money businesses can reinvest in hiring, innovation, and growth, time not spent on paperwork or standing in line. This time matters, Mr. Chair, and it matters in every corner of Nova Scotia. Now let's talk a little bit about the quants, because numbers, they certainly tell a story. Today, I want to walk through our progress in numbers this past year. But more importantly, I want to share some stories. Because behind every change, every permit we simplify, every barrier we remove, there is a person, a family, a business, or a community that feels the impact. First, some quants. Half of all our provincial permits have improved. Almost $750,000 in annual savings from regulatory changes. 1,780 small businesses served by our business navigation team to get them in business faster. And 68% of clients, they are new entrepreneurs or startups. You know, I think of how effective that business navigation service was to a Dartmouth company like the Chicken Chill, who I honored in the legislature on Friday. The business navigators at Service Efficiency were so helpful to those new entrepreneurs. I mean, this was such an innovative idea. We Xeroxed it, we carbon copied it at the Department of Environment, and that has been an absolute game changer for proponents when they come here to get regulatory certainty, to have that one point of contact with that one human being, to be able to pick up the phone and say, what is this? How do I navigate this? They have provided time and time again, these business navigators at Service Efficiency, at Environment and Climate Change, the clarity and reassurance businesses, community members, not-for-profits are looking for. But the numbers only matter because of the people they help. Let me share a few of their stories. As I indicated, one of the greatest resources of the Office of Service Efficiency is the Business Navigation Service. This provides personalized support to thousands and thousands of small businesses, not-for-profits, and startups each year. And we'd all recognize that this is the heart and soul of our communities throughout Nova Scotia. The service helps business navigate rules they need and that they want to follow. Like, for example, how to register with the Registry of Joint Stock Companies, what licenses or permits they need to operate, and what kind of inspections they require. Most of those calls in the data that we have come from startups. Entrepreneurs who are navigating the regulatory environment for the very first time. The navigators provide clarity and help them avoid costly mistakes. You know, I've gone on site visits with our business navigators, and to see firsthand, Mr. Chair, the incredible relationships they have built with business owner, a testament to the incredible work that the team at Service Efficiency, specifically in this case, these business navigators, are doing. And I think we'd recognize in all that we do, whether business, politics, whatever it is you do, it's all about relationships. One of the entrepreneurs our business navigators supported is Sarah Kalin, who opened Plato's Closet in Cole Harbour. And she said our navigation service was, quote, a lifesaver, end quote. Our timely guidance got her doors open, her employees hired, and her revenue flowing faster. And certainly to any entrepreneur, certainly to a startup, those are the fundamentals. Those are some of the key hurdles that our entrepreneurs are confronted with. And that's the goal. A system that sets people up for success, a system that helps people succeed. And this is what makes our work meaningful. And this isn't the only work we did to support Nova Scotian businesses this year. Mr. Chair, you may have heard last fall of a piece of legislation called the Making Business Easier Act, a piece of legislation that our government is very proud of. The Act was passed in 2025 to reduce red tape and support economic growth across Nova Scotia. The Act does three very important things. First, it improves efficiency in the resource sector. I mean, we're just seeing in a year's time the tangible results of that. The Fraser Institute is reporting, and this was mentioned by Minister Maslin in a government notice of motion last week, that our reputation...
Order. I'll just remind the minister to not refer to someone's name. Thank you. I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister of Natural Resources did a government notice of motion indicating tangible results, growth in our reputation as a serious jurisdiction for critical minerals, going from the bottom of the list to mid-pack in a year's time. That is significant. You know, we are signaling to the world that we are open for business, and that's just not a statement. That's got to mean something, and organizations are recognizing that. Look, for decades, Nova Scotia made it difficult to unlock the full potential of our natural resources. As the Premier of this province has indicated multiple times, those days are over. Clearer steps and faster timelines now mean more certainty for industries that know the incredible potential of our natural resources. And they know that we can unearth our resources in a way that respects our environment and the high standards we have put in place to protect it. Business leaders have called this act a major step forward, one that will help Nova Scotia grow, innovate, and compete both nationally and globally. The second element of the Making Business Easier Act eliminated several outdated low-risk permits. Now, this is part of what we call the Fewer Permits, Faster initiative, and I'll talk about that shortly. Now, all new permits are required to have clear service standards so that decisions get made faster and Nova Scotians get answered they get the answers instead of being stuck in regulatory limbo. The final analysis paralysis, which is a horrible, horrible place to be in. The final element of the Making Business Easier Act, it cleaned up old legislation. Some laws that were written decades ago, and updating them means clearer, modern rules for everyone. Together, the three elements of the Making Business Easier Act opens doors for businesses, communities, and workers. And it's getting the attention. It's getting the attention we wanted. And this was a major contributing factor in the province of Nova Scotia being awarded the grade of A by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. This is a foundational piece of legislation for the responsible economic development of our province. One of the most transformative pieces of work led by the office this year, as I indicated, was the launch of the Fewer Permits Faster project, an ongoing initiative to modernize our permitting system and help Nova Scotians and businesses do what they need to do faster. Mr. Chair, permits and licenses exist for a very good reason: to protect people, to protect the environment, to protect human health, to protect public safety. But over time, I think we recognized even well-meaning systems can become outdated, redundant, and complex. Getting a permit should not be a source of burden, disproportionate cost, or confusion for Nova Scotians. As part of the project, the office led the first review of approximately 300 provincial permits in more than a decade. In more than a decade. You just think how much has changed. How much has changed in a decade? And now, of course, with the advent with AI, how quickly things are going to be changing in our society and economy. That's why a culture of service efficiency must always be embedded in the government of Nova Scotia. So, Mr. Chair, look, we found permits that were duplicated. We found permits that required renewals every single year, and that didn't need them. And we changed that. And permits that didn't need to exist anymore. Like, listen to this one, like the permit that was required for foraging berries. Now, I have no doubt decades ago, I mean, I don't know why this is, I'm sure government had good reason, I suppose, but foraging berries, one needed to get a permit for foraging berries. Well, we eliminated that. That was changed. Let common sense prevail. By improving half of our provincial permits, we're saving people time, frustration, and we're saving them money. But more importantly, we're giving back something far more valuable: certainty. Nova Scotians deserve clarity. They deserve clear answers and clear timelines. And this is what the Fewer Permits Faster project delivers. Now, Mr. Chair, as I've indicated, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business agrees. So check this out. In the latest CFIB red tape report card, Nova Scotia was ranked second in the country, just after that economic powerhouse and confederation, Alberta. And Louis-Philippe Gauthier, Vice President Atlantic of the CFIB, praised the Fewer Permits Faster project and Nova Scotia's leadership. In fairness to my colleagues in Ontario, to my colleague Andrea Kangin, the Minister of Red Tape Reduction there, we're tied for second place with Ontario, but watch out, Ontario, we're on the move. I quote Louis-Philippe Gauthier: "Nearly 9 in 10 small businesses cite red tape as a significant impact to their business. With these permitting improvements, Nova Scotia is continuing to lead the way, cutting red tape and making it easier to do business in Nova Scotia." In 2025, Nova Scotia reached yet another milestone. We became the first province in Canada to pass legislation removing internal trade barriers through the Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act. And a shout out to my friend and mentor, the Premier of this province, for his extraordinary leadership in getting that across the finish line. With our colleagues at Intergovernmental Affairs, the team at the office helped negotiate the historic Canadian Mutual Recognition Agreement on the sale of goods. This may sound abstract, but here's what it means. If a small manufacturer meets the rules to sell their product in one province or territory, they can now legally sell their product in another without having to redo the same work twice or be locked out from a larger market. That saves money, supports growth, and helps our companies scale. Leading internal trade expert and economist Trevor Toome has said that reducing internal trade barriers by as little as 10% could boost, listen to this, it could boost Nova Scotia's GDP by over 4% or $2.5 billion. That's progress. That is nation building. And this is one of more examples of Nova Scotia leading the charge. So looking ahead, Mr. Chair, I'm very proud of the team. I'm proud of everything we've accomplished at the Office of Service Efficiency. I think we'd all acknowledge, with the team at Service Efficiency, like there's so much more we want to do. And 2026 is going to be a year of action and a year of results from our team at Service Efficiency. In 2026, at OSE, we will continue to find permanent improvements. We will continue to measure the time and cost savings of regulatory changes. We'll implement red tape reduction plans, starting with the resource sectors, to find more ways for government to have clearer processes, as well as to continue to protect our environment and build things up responsibly and sustainably. To conduct a comprehensive review of the regulatory environment for mining to unleash more opportunities to streamline, to support the expansion of mutual recognition, and that, Mr. Chair, is just the start. I think we'd all acknowledge, Mr. Chair, everything that's happening globally, whether it's been the last year and a half with the instability due to the Trump administration, obviously everything that's happening in the Middle East right now. Nova Scotia, all provinces and territories, the entire country stands at a turning point. The reality is we're competing in a world where speed and efficiency matters, where regulatory certainty matters. Those are the jurisdictions that will attract the best and the brightest. Those are the jurisdictions that will attract the companies that wish to come here and do business responsibly and sustainably. Regulatory certainty matters. Innovation matters. Efficient services matters. I mean, Nova Scotia knows this. The history of our province has been the history of exports, and our biggest export has been our people going to jurisdictions that for decades have been doing these very things. Outdated processes must no longer hold us back. Government must clear pathways so that people, communities, and businesses can get on with it and build up the economy responsibly and sustainably. Government must keep pace with the opportunities before us. Opportunities in natural resources, opportunities in clean energy like Wind West, trade, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We desire a Nova Scotia where government helps people succeed instead of slowing them down. And the Office of Service Efficiency, the incredible team at Service Efficiency, is helping us every step of the way. By cutting red tape, by simplifying services, by eliminating outdated rules, we are speeding up decisions, we are strengthening competitiveness, and we are modernizing the government of Nova Scotia. And this work is the difference between a missed opportunity and a new investment, between delays and progress, between a reactive Nova Scotia and a ready and responsive Nova Scotia. In closing, Mr. Chair, I want to end by expressing my gratitude to all my colleagues in both departments. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your advice to me. And more importantly, thank you for your commitment to Nova Scotia. At the end of the day, certainly in the political arena, despite our policy differences, I know we all truly care for this province and wish to make this a better province for our children and grandchildren. To public servants across all departments, I want to thank them who are embracing modernization and bringing forward the ideas that drive fundamental change. To the business community, to the not-for-profit sectors, I want to thank you for your feedback, your partnership, and your trust. Let's keep going. We have incredible momentum. There is a buzz about Nova Scotia for the first time in decades. What is happening? What is happening in that maritime region? This is exciting, and this gives us hope for the future generation. Stagnation is not an option. Submitting to the status quo and just throwing our hands up saying it's too difficult is not an option. We need to push through responsibly and sustainably, and we will together, I believe, persevere, as the Minister of Finance always says. And with that, Mr. Chair, I look forward to the debate and discussion over the next little while. Thank you, merci.
Thank you, Minister. Now, according to the practice, according to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent members. So to begin the examination, we'll start with the official opposition. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think I'd like to start talking about protected area strategy. In 2023, the strategy was released with some lovely words of vision and a number of commitments. And for a while, I think I've been concerned, other stakeholders have been concerned, just not seeing the progress towards the interim target of 15% by March 31st of this, by the 31st of this month. I think also just recognizing that our 20% target is actually 10% less than the rest of the country because of taking a realistic approach to how much Crown land is available and the size of our province. So we have this interim target. I'm looking at the Canada agreement. I'm looking at the strategy. Last week, sort of like as a surprise, or maybe revealing a secret, I'm not sure, you announced that we had reached a new portion of our protected land targets at 14.55. Lots of people are assuming that that's mainly OECMs, which were only 1.2% of the initial collaborative strategy. I'm wondering, where is there a new map? Is the recent progress been because of OECMs, which, are protected for some other reason other than conservation? So, whether they're hills or, places that could be used for other things, but they're not, they're generally not wildlife corridors. They're generally not places where species at risk can thrive. So I'm wondering about this, recent reveal last week of 14.55%. How much of that is OECMs? Where's the new map? Tell us more about this.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, and thank the member for the questions. So, my time as an environment minister, I've attended two conferences on national biodiversity. I think they were both held in Ottawa, correct? I think it was in Ottawa. Yeah. Everything always centers around Ottawa, apparently. So really, really good discussions over the years on biodiversity. To imply or say there's a consensus across the country on land and water conservation, that's a stretch. There's varying degrees of opinions among the provinces. As a matter of fact, I remember at my first biodiversity conference, the Minister of Environment at that time could only get 2 provinces to come out with them for the post-conference media scrum. It was British Columbia and myself. And, that's 8 of the provinces that just didn't agree with Ottawa's approach, which was 30% by 2030. Nova Scotia with 20% by 2030 and the interim target of 15% by 2026. And certainly it was at that National Biodiversity Conference in 2023 that we were able to secure sort of the foundational pieces of what then became the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement. So in the Federation, there's a different perspective on land and water conservation. There's some provinces that aren't committed to this at all. And my seatmate at these conferences over the years has been Saskatchewan. And I don't think Premier Scott Moe would mind me saying, like, they have a different view of land and water conservation than Ottawa would, or even the approach that we take. Here in Nova Scotia. So there's no national consensus on that among the provinces and territories. Ontario, Alberta, they have different, and PEI for obvious reasons, like have a different perspective on that. Indeed, we did secure a Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, and that's been very helpful in helping us pursue our goals. But we also have the Nova Scotia Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy, which we adopted in December of 2023. And it's been very helpful. And the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy is rooted in EGCRA, the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. And as a matter of fact, what we call other effective conservation measures is part of the Act. Section 10A of the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. The government's goals with respect to the protection of land are to conserve at least 20% of the total land and water mass by 2030. So the 15% target it's not a legislated target, it's an interim target in the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy. Okay, and as protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. So it's in the legislation. Is there debate and discussion among land conservationists, among government officials on this? There absolutely is. Certainly I can say a lot of provinces view OECMs as a viable pathway to achieve land and water conservation. I know there are stakeholders out there that disagree for many reasons. Certainly, I'm quite certain Environment and Climate Change Canada is in favor of OECMs. I've attended biodiversity conferences where we've had discussions on that. So there's a lot of different perspectives on the utilization of this. I know when I attended the Conference of the Parties in Montreal, a biodiversity COP, there was I think it was an entire seminar we attended on OECMs. I think Australia, if I recall, is very much utilizing these, and certainly the federal government and the Nova Scotia government, I know BC at the time, very, very interested in this. So when I became minister in the fall of 2021, about 12.6% of Nova Scotia was protected. We have strong commitments for more land and water conservation. Certainly, in that period of time, we've made what I would describe as steady as it goes progress. Right? You look at some of the significant the significant achievements that we've made over the last number of years. Protected areas since 2021, significant, like, from Ashfield Nature Reserve to Barney's Rivers Nature Reserve, to Big Meadowbrook Nature Reserve. Many of these are expansions, they're new. I mean, I could read the whole list here. I mean, we've preserved thousands in hectares during my tenure here at Environment and working with our colleagues at Natural Resources. So yes, I did announce in the House last week that OECMs are now in the process of being utilized, thereby taking us from when the last update was, it was at 13.8% to 14.55%, utilizing other effective conservation OECMs. Specifically on the questions related to Crown lands and questions related to so related to the 14.55, that is best within the scope of natural resources. The implementation of conservation is joint work between natural resources and the Department of Environment and Climate Change. So they're best to speak to the specifics related to Crown lands and so forth. That's not the scope of environment. But I can certainly tell you, I mean, it's been part of our plan since 2021, being placed in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. 5 years later, we've begun to implement it. Now, as of today, we're looking at 14.55%, and as I indicated in the House last week, I'm confident. I think we can get to that 15%. So, also contributing to us getting to that 14.55. It was the new designations in November. Environment and Climate Change created one new nature reserve. We expanded a nature reserve. There were 3 expanded wilderness areas. And again, remember, wilderness areas are places where we protect biodiversity, but also these are places utilized for recreation, hiking, fishing, and so forth, ATVs. Nature reserves very much are preserved for the biodiversity and have much stronger protections. We've also utilized private land trusts. That's been supported by a $20 million investment in the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy. We're the first government in, I think it was in over a decade, that put significant amount of money into that Crown Share Legacy to help for land and water conservation. So again, in terms of the OECMs and the utilization of Crown lands and so forth, that's a question best for natural resources, that's their scope. But I can tell you the work to achieve the 15% target remains ongoing. As I've indicated, I'm confident we can get to that, and we'll continue to work with our partners. And again, the deadline for that 15% is December 31st, 2026. I've seen it put out there through both political parties that somehow that there is a timeline in the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement. Again, anything related to natural resources, that is the scope of the provinces. Ottawa cannot impose a timeline as it relates to our natural resources. As we all know that the Constitution, I think it's Section 91, 92, maybe 93, no, it's Section 91, 92, outlines the responsibilities of the provinces and the federal government, and natural resources are the domain and scope of the provinces. So we continue to do the work. I've also indicated, as you're probably aware, that things change quickly, right? The context has changed dramatically since we passed EGCRA in 2021. The economic context, specifically, I've said previously to Nova Scotians, there's a new context in which we look at land and water conservation. We remain committed to our climate change targets. We remain committed to our conservation targets, but we have that new context. And so sustainable development guides us in all that we do. But we're on a good pathway. And I'll just end by this. I mean, I've engaged the Nature Conservancy of Canada, Mr. Chair, Françoise Roy and her team. I mean, every province that has commitments to land and water conservation is now confronted with this new context. You know, how do we preserve more? How do we be innovative and creative with land and water conservation in a time of economic development when the federal government and all provincial governments have a laser focus on building up our economy responsibly and safely, but also preserving you know, the things that we cherish. I mean, Nova Scotia has, I think it's 87 wilderness areas. I mean, that is a lot of Nova Scotians that love access. And, you know, it's been such a privilege and honor to hear over the years just, you know, how passionate people are about wanting a particular area protected. And if there's an area that they want protected, they can reach out to our protected areas team, and reach out to the environment, reach out to natural resources, because those our two departments, work together to achieve these targets.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, you know, with all due respect to the minister, who I know likes to provide lengthy answers, I really am asking questions for Nova Scotians. So I guess I'm going to restate my questions. I'm going to add a couple because this will probably take some time to answer. Bluntly, I'm not particularly interested in knowing what's going on in other provinces or debating what other provinces think. I'm asking you questions on behalf of Nova Scotians. And I think it would be respectful if you answered those questions. So I think you misunderstood.
I'll just ask everyone to make sure your questions are through the chair.
Okay.
Just the use.
Okay.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So I would ask that the minister actually respond to questions for Nova Scotians. So I'm just going to repeat a couple that I asked, and then I'm going to throw a couple more in there. So first of all, I think you misunderstood any reference I made to Crown lands, but so we'll just put that aside. I asked about OECMs. I asked about what is the updated percentage. So in your strategy from 2023 on page 6, and I will happily table this, it outlines the different types of protected and conserved areas. And at that point, it was 1.2% of OECMs. So I would like to know what the current percentage updates are, particularly for OECMs. If you have them for the other categories, that would be great. In Nova Scotia, just to be clear.
I'll just remind the member, just avoid you.
Sorry.
The word you.
Sorry.
Talk through me.
I would like the minister to provide those for Nova Scotia. I'm not interested in other provinces. I'm also curious if the minister could clarify, you know, I'm looking at the Canada-Nova Scotia agreement, and in section 5.2.8, it talks about March 31st, 2026 as a deadline. So just curious if there's been an official update, if there's a new signed agreement with Canada, that should be tabled, and Nova Scotians should know about it. You know, I also recognize, you know, there is reference to the use of land trusts and protected trusts in the protected area strategy, and yet in the FMA, or currently being debated on the floor of the House, there are changes to 2 Easements Acts, which are profoundly really putting into question any sort of sense of perpetuity of land trusts in this province. And I have letters from the Nova Scotia Nature Trust that I can share with you. I have letters from other folks who have made contributions to nature trusts. So I guess I'm just wondering how, you know, that circle is squared. So percentage of OVCMs, can we have an updated map? What happened with the March 31st date in section 5.2.8? And yeah, and I'll leave it at that.
I recognize the minister.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and thank you, member, for the follow-up question. Certainly, so let's start. A lot to unpackage in your question, but certainly important questions. So with respect to the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement, the March 31st, 2026, you're referring to, that has to do when the funding ends. It has nothing to do with a percentage that has to be achieved by. And then with respect to OECMs, in terms of the count, that's administered by Department of Natural Resources, as I've indicated in my opening remarks and in my first response. I mean, you know, often Department of Environment, a lot of people think of us as the Department of everything. And land and water conservation is jointly administered by both departments, and specifically when it comes to the count of the OECMs, Natural Resources is the department to speak to. But look, I mean, we continue to remain, committed to the goals. We've made significant progress. Again, we've preserved thousands and thousands of hectares. We remain committed. The context has changed a little bit, though. And as I mentioned to the media last week, I mean, we have to square sort of, what land and water conservation looks like. And I'll continue to engage organizations like the Nature Conservancy of Canada, because these are questions that Nova Scotia, isn't grappling with alone. Other provinces are. And just to reiterate, because I've sat around FPT tables many times, there's definitely not a consensus on this in the Federation. There's varying perspectives on land and water conservation throughout Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I guess I would relay to the minister that I think it's disrespectful not to come prepared to answer questions about this, because this is the minister that answers questions about this agreement, about the collaborative protected area strategy in the House, and last week announced the 14.55%. So I actually find it disappointing for Nova Scotians that the ministers can't answer that question, when I know that departments and ministers prepare for a long time to come to estimates. So that seems to me maybe a bit of a strategy or something. So 5.28 says in the Canada-Nova Scotia Land Agreement, Nova Scotia will seek to increase the amount of protected and conserved areas within the province reported to the CPCAD by 82,500 hectares by March 31st, 2026. And so that was what the funding was dependent on. Are we going to report 82,500 hectares by March 31st, 2026? It's kind of a yes or no question, but.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And certainly with respect to that agreement, we honor that agreement. We'll be filing the actuals, Mr. Chair, with the federal government at the end of March, and then we'll have more to say to Nova Scotians on that. And certainly, look, I mean, I am someone very much committed to land and water conservation. It's something I take very seriously. You look at the numbers. My 5 years in this role, we've protected thousands and thousands of hectares. The Nature Agreement has been one tool to help us achieve that. Significant investments going to our partners in nature conservation, investment going to our Mi'kmaq partners from the Canada-Nova Scotia agreement. So once the agreement is done, we'll file our actuals with the federal government. Just with respect to the members' comments regarding disrespect. I mean, I'm answering questions here. I'm open and I'm transparent. I do want to say over the past number of days, I've seen members of your caucus saying things to Nova Scotians, Mr. Chair, that are simply not the case. With respect, Mr. Chair, they've been saying, for example,
Order. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So one of my points of order actually is also the minister's tendency to speak to Nova Scotians, which Minister Smith also pointed out on the floor of the House last week was against the rules. So I would ask the minister not to try and speak out to Nova Scotians. And if the minister has trouble with something that we've said, I'd love to have it tabled, because I'm asking you questions about things that are written in black and white and have your signature on them. So in my view, you should be able to answer them.
Okay, so on that first point there about speaking with Nova Scotians, I didn't pick up on that. It was more the your. We have two members here speaking to each other. We got to speak through me, if that's fair. I think it's on both sides. I'm just going to consult here. Give me a second. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take it under advisement. We will continue. Let's be nice and clear with each other. I recognize the minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I was saying, Mr. Chair, before I was interrupted with that point of order, I am answering questions. We have the nature agreements. We're working every day to conserve land and water between environment and climate change and natural resources. We've invested $20 million through the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy. We've preserved thousands and thousands of hectares, created new wilderness areas, expanded wilderness areas, new nature reserves, expanded nature reserves. At the natural resources side, new provincial parks, expanded provincial parks, which has all increased the count, along with the utilization now of other effective conservation measures. We have a collaborative protected areas strategy that we're utilizing to help achieve these targets. We have a Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement that's coming to an end at the end of March. We have our 15% interim target by the end of 2030 that we're working towards. But I do want to return to this notion that somehow, Mr. Chair, that the implication that I'm being disrespectful. No, I'm being open and transparent with Nova Scotians. As a matter of fact, the past week in this House, I mean, I've witnessed rhetoric being used by that caucus that things are just inaccurate. For example, to say that the Wildlife Division at Natural Resources has been obliterated, that is simply not the case. As the Minister of Natural Resources indicated, that Wildlife Division has been moved, has been relocated. So, Mr. Chair, you know, I've heard rhetoric that the film tax, that film industry was being cut. That is not
Order,
the case.
please.
That is not the case at all.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Point of order. The point of this is to talk about the minister's estimates. I have questions about the minister's estimates.
Recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. While this point of order is being considered, the question that the member is referring to is, I would like some clarity on, you know, how in committee when we talk about things in the House, et cetera, that kind of clarification. But also, just while we're on it, the minister is referring to a statement that the premier made in the House, and that the premier tabled the document, and there was no evidence at the time that what the premier said had validity about what the member he was referring to said. So this is a he said, she said. If the minister is going to make these kinds of accusations about, which is, by the way, not in order and unparliamentary in the legislature, then he needs to table the exact documents of where he believes we were being we were misleading the public, or whatever he said, and he will need to table them. And also, it's unparliamentary to even accuse a member of doing that. Thank you.
Look, what we're going to do, we're going to take maybe a 3-minute recess here, and we're just going to review where we're at, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start back up, okay? Thank you. Order, please. Okay, so we're going to resume here, and I'll just go over a couple quick tidbits. The comment about what happened in the House the other day, we'd have to table that. But generally speaking here, we're going to try to stay on topic, and the minister does have the privilege to take as long as he wants with the answer, but we'll have to stay focused on the department that it regards. So, yeah, I'm going to recognize the minister to finish the rest of his the answer. Sorry, I recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly, as I've indicated, we're very much committed to this process of land and water conservation. I've had the privilege of traveling all over Nova Scotia and meeting, many different groups. I think of this past summer being in beautiful Cape Breton and meeting with a conservation group, trails organization in St. Anne's with the MLA for Victoria the Lakes, and just seeing the incredible work local community groups do throughout Nova Scotia. That's part of the reason why we established the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund to help local organization maintain things like wilderness areas and the different parks and the different initiatives to help our municipalities adapt to climate change. So people are very passionate about this. I've had the privilege of being at many conservation announcements over the years. Probably one of the most prominent one that we've preserved over the years is Archibald Lake in the St. Mary's area in Guysborough. Certainly the MLA for Guysborough will tell you what an incredible moment that was. And this is years and years of work that goes into to conservation. Sometimes it takes decades, right, to get something across the finish line. And I know that can be very frustrating for residents, but these are major land transactions, and it can take quite a bit of time. So, Mr. Chair, we're making significant progress on land protection. We've moved the needle over the last 4 or 5 years from 12.8% to 14.55%. I know for some we're not moving fast enough. I know that, and that's been something I've heard many times over the years. But Mr. Chair, I'm sincere in all that I do. In my interactions with Nova Scotians, they know we have a strong track record on land and water conservation. We know this is one important tool used in the fight against climate change. Many tools are utilized, but we've made significant progress. But now we have a laser focus on building the economy, and we'll continue to find solutions on how we can protect more land and water as we build up the economy responsibly and safely for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So I have a question that hopefully is actually crosses both departments for the minister. The minister says all hands on deck. So this does involve the Department of Natural Resources, but it's also about permitting and efficiency for Nova Scotians. So in August, there was an article with the Community Eelgrass Restoration Initiative, Scotian Shores, and I think I had a chance to ask about this in the fall. But folks were, facing months delays, silence in terms of getting the permits to clean up beaches and plant eelgrass, which, as we know, is a protective factor in climate change mitigation. And permitting issues had also affected projects on reserve. So I'm wondering, given that, it's both environmental in terms of coastal cleanup, coastal protection, and service efficiency, what changes have happened since August to make it easier for people to be active in this work?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So the Office of Service Efficiency, we very much, in many things that we do within the government of Nova Scotia, we work as a support. Certainly, I remember this issue coming up in the fall. Certainly when we talk about service efficiency, for many people, it's, you just think of the business side, but it's also the not-for-profit side as well. I mean, they are such a critical part of of the heartbeat, of the foundation of Nova Scotia. So certainly I do remember this, and if I recall, the Office of Service Efficiency connected those stakeholders with natural resources. It's with that department where those regulations lay. And certainly at Office of Service and Efficiency, we make recommendations and so forth. But the specific follow-up on that is best with the Department of Natural Resources, as that's where the regulations reside. They're the regulatory department on that. But certainly it also highlights, we're as a government, we're always listening. We're encouraging residents to reach out to us at the Service Efficiency, certainly at Environment. I can tell you we are a responsive regulator. And what that means, Mr. Chair, is we're always listening to Nova Scotians. We're always listening to stakeholders. We're always listening to business and industry and not-for-profits. Because service efficiency very much is a culture you want to embed in all your government departments. So certainly, we encourage residents, if there's an area for improvement, reach out to our business navigators at Service Efficiency, reach out to our business navigators at Environment and Climate Change, because we're responsive, we're ready to listen, and there's a lot of great ideas out there, especially in a time where we very much have to keep pace with the innovation that's happening in the private sector, innovation that's happening with not-for-profits. We're always open to listening to those suggestions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So I just want to go back. I had asked the minister about the implications of the proposed changes in the FMA of the Conservation Easements Act. And as I mentioned, I've heard from a number of people in the last few days really concerned about that. So this is a letter from a board member of the Nova Scotia Nature Trust. They say that, proposed changes to the Conservation Easements Act risk sabotaging conservation easements as an essential tool for protecting Nova Scotia's legacy. We need this vital tool. So they're very concerned. And I also had a letter from a constituent just talking about how her and her late husband had placed land under a conservation easement with the Nova Scotia Trust in 2011, and that was protected in perpetuity under the Conservation Easement Act. So is the minister concerned that Nova Scotia will go backwards in terms of protected lands with these proposed changes to the Conservation and also the Community Easement Acts?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So the scope of that question is under the Department of Natural Resources, as it contains in that FMA. However, I'll say this, the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, Bonnie Sutherland and that team, I've certainly gotten to know over the years, and great respect for the conservation work they've done over the years. As a matter of fact, they've preserved thousands and thousands of hectares. And the Nature Trust, you mentioned it, it highlights that it's just not the government of Nova Scotia, it's just not government entities that are committed to these goals. Our partners like the Nova Scotia Nature Trust are absolutely key as we move forward, and certainly the specific aspect of that question, that's the scope of the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Yeah, and I guess, the minister referenced earlier that, climate, environment, it's in all government decisions. So I'm wondering, I imagine, I guess, that it was part of the lens used to look at this. And I would encourage the minister to, as he said, reference, all hands on deck to work with the Minister of Natural Resources to understand what's being proposed and that it won't actually, push us backwards. I also, I think we owe it to Nova Scotians who have entrusted their land to us, who have, through legacy wishes and that sort of thing, thought that they were protecting parts of Nova Scotia in perpetuity. Perpetuity means forever. And this act is fundamentally changing that. So I'm going to ask one more question and then pass it over to my colleague from Halifax Needham. So in 2023, this government, this minister, transitioned the Green Fund to the Nova Scotia Climate Change Fund. And the Climate Change Fund collected revenue from the carbon pricing system and reinvested in the communities. what I understand is that that 4.8 million, and I'm not trying to spread misinformation, just to be really clear. I'm hoping the minister can answer the question. So I understand that $4.8 million in funding for the climate change fund has been eliminated, and in brackets, it says it's the last year of funding. So can the minister confirm if there is funding for the Nova Scotia Climate Change Fund in this year's budget? And if not, where is the revenue from the carbon pricing scheme going now without the fund?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly Nova Scotia, like we are a jurisdiction that has a fully funded climate change plan. We're a jurisdiction that our residents don't need to be told the impacts of extreme weather events, whether it's in MLA, the MLA for Hants West with flooding, or the constituency of Shelburne with wildfires, for example. Like, we know firsthand how devastating these extreme weather events can be, and the lived experience our residents have had. So that's, that this is why we have a fully funded climate change plan. This plan was introduced to Nova Scotians in December of 2022. We announced it at Dartmouth Cove. And it's our plan is 68 actions. Currently, I think we've had in our climate plan, how many of the actions have we completed thus far?
45.
Yeah, we've got 45 of the actions out of the 68 complete. That's significant progress, and we're now entering year 5 of that plan with a commitment in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act to renew that climate plan. And I think, obviously, just given the rate of change that we've seen in the last 5 years, that climate plan, I'd argue, is going to look different than the one that we introduced to Nova Scotians in 2022. Just given the rate of global climate change, given how important it is to speed up the transition to clean renewables in this province. So this fiscal alone, we have $26.1 million in the climate plan. And that 26 million very much is committed to some key initiatives. And Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd like to go over some of the key initiatives that we'll be utilizing this year. 6.8 million is going to continue the construction and renovating net zero homes and apartments, including affordable housing units, Action 31. And that, Mr. Chair, is very much in line with the government's priority of affordability and housing, a top priority. And if you look at the budget, this budget, we continue to make significant investments in housing. And you look, for example, at opportunities in social development. You look at education, you look at seniors and long-term care, you look at public works, health and wellness, all these departments, their budgets have increased. So this complements housing. We've got $1.2 million this fiscal to expand the on-site energy managers program, so more organizations can get dedicated support to identify energy-saving opportunities and implement projects that reduce energy use, lower operating costs, and cut emissions. And this is administered by the Department of Energy and the Department of Agriculture. This is significant to help with Nova Scotians with energy efficiency, to get that expert advice. And oftentimes, I mean, when we were developing our climate plan, that was one of the things we heard a lot from stakeholders, was just how frustrating it is to get information, for the specific information on how to upgrade your home, upgrade your business, so that it's energy efficient, so that you're reducing your emissions, but also saving money. We got $1.7 million to support the fisheries and aquaculture sector to adapt and prepare their businesses for climate change. And this is administered by my colleague from the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. I mean, the GDP contribution of our fisheries sector is $2.4 billion. 2.4 billion, incredible innovation. So certainly when you travel and you go to our rural communities and you see, Mr. Chair, just how impactful. I mean, I know you represent Pictou County. You know how important the fishery is. Making strategic investments like that in our traditional industries to help, Mr. Chair, to help those sectors adapt to the realities of climate change. It's very, very important. We also are making an investment of $1.9 million to continue the work to create planning tools to improve municipal stormwater infrastructure, and that's administered by the Department of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Chair. Very much, we know how important infrastructure is. If you look at the Department of Public Works, that budget is up by 9.6% in this budget, because we know how important infrastructure is. You know, we see just now, like yesterday it was what, +9, and today it was like -20. Like you see the impact this extreme weather is having on our infrastructure. So certainly on our end, as the lead of climate change, we'll continue to make those investments, working with our partners in government, like the Department of Public Works, like Fisheries and Aquaculture, Department of Agriculture, working with the Department of Growth and Development. Also out of this $26.1 million, we're investing $1.1 million to support training for the building industry so they're ready to meet modern energy efficient building standards. And this is through the Department of Energy. We know how important it is, again, for our infrastructure to be resilient. We know how important it is to ensure that we have the workforce that knows how to construct these energy efficient buildings. You look, for example, at all the new builds for NSCC, whether it's at NSC Akerley, NSCC Ivany, NSCC Pictou County. All of these builds are net zero ready. So we have to make sure we build up that workforce to ensure that we have that infrastructure to build up what's needed to adapt and mitigate to the realities of climate change. Another $1.25 million is being invested in the Advancing Clean Technologies program, and that's through the Department of Agriculture. And this is to help farmers to adapt to clean technology and support more sustainable farming action. And that's significant. I mean, agriculture is such a key traditional industry to Nova Scotia. We are seeing the broad and intense impacts climate change, global climate change is having on our traditional industries. So that's why we have this climate change plan. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, this is the first climate change plan we've had. Previous governments never implemented this. Previous governments never made significant investments like this. And now more than ever, as we move forward, we know cross-departmentally how important it is for us to work together and all our stakeholders in Nova Scotia to adapt to the realities of climate change. So we have a fully funded climate plan. We're now entering year 5. That plan comes to an end in 2027. You know, when this plan was adopted in December of 2022, a few days before that plan was released, we issued the first risk assessment. And the risk assessment is a tool that can be used by municipal governments, all entities in Nova Scotia society to plan and prepare for climate change. And that risk assessment very much, Mr. Chair, shows us in the out years that we can expect extreme weather events. When that was released, end of November, December 2022, it got no media attention. But then, of course, in the spring of 2023, the wildfires that occurred, the flooding that occurred in Hants, devastating impacts to communities. So we need to work with our municipalities. We need to work with all entities in our society to adapt to the realities of climate change, and that's why we have a fully funded climate change plan. That's why we have the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. Initially, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, when it was created through the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, it was, Mr. Chair, budgeted at $15 million. But following the devastating impacts extreme weather events had on our communities, the government of Nova Scotia increased that to $30.4 million. And this has made huge impacts, I think, in over 70 of our communities since being implemented. We've had 3 rounds of this. And I just think, for example, you know, 2 communities where the Sustainable Community Challenge Fund is making a real impact. Just recently, the MLA for Digby announced significant investments for the Port of Digby to help them adapt to coastal erosion. And then also in Halls Harbor. We all know the devastating impact climate change has had in Halls Harbor in the Annapolis Valley, and the MLA for Hants West and the MLA for Kings North announcing that investment. And then I think this summer, actually, you know, one of the happiest memories I'll ever have is attending an announcement in Pointe de l'Église, in Church Point, and oh my gosh, we had like over 100 people, Acadians, come out for the restoration investments to restore the oldest Acadian cemetery, and also to restore the Sentier Bellevaux, the Bellevaux Cove Trail. So these are investments we know that are helping support communities. We're also making investments through the NSFM to help communities adapt to coastal erosion. We know how challenging that is. And if I can say this, Mr. Chair, just seeing how local communities are taking action. I can remember when the MLA for Hants West and I visited Walton, the Walton Lighthouse, and seeing how that community took action to move their lighthouse. You know, these are significant initiatives that communities are taking with the support of the provincial government through the climate change funding, and also through significant investments, Mr. Chair, through the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that robust information. You have given us a lot of information that we literally already knew.
Order. I've reminded the members here a couple of times, we'll just talk through me. It's all good. It's all good. We're relaxed. We can throw our eyes around, but we'll talk through me. I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is evening time, and that is just, you know, lovely. So I love that the minister says that he's listening. So I want to ask the minister about the environmental racism panel and the recommendations. So I want to know the details of the recommendations and how they're being implemented across all departments, because we've heard that this minister has talked about all departments, every part of Nova Scotia. I have not heard yet that the minister is talking about environmental racism and the effects of that in all of these communities. Now, we've heard from the minister, and he's talked about how, you know, coastal erosion and how he's visited these places and he's had, you know, multiple visits and experiences, but I've yet to hear about the recommendations that are going to be across departments about environmental racism and how are we going to tackle that through this environment portfolio, because people are paying attention. Nova Scotians are really, really paying attention, especially when it comes to, we've talked about how there's a number of cuts that are happening, and this is also another main reason that our communities are experiencing a number of hardships. So I want to hear from the minister, and I would hope that the minister would give me an open answer, because this is not an answer where you pass it off to another minister, because the minister clearly has talked about other ministers' portfolios in here for this past 15 minutes. So I kind of want to drill down and figure out what are the recommendations that are being implemented across all of the departments, because it would come from environment. It has to do with environmental racism. And I don't want to hear the funding piece of it, because I know this from Justice, so I don't need to hear from OAE. I need to know what are those recommendations that the Minister of Environment is putting forward across all departments that are going to be affecting our African Nova Scotian communities and our Indigenous communities in a positive light, so that we can start repairing Nova Scotia in the proper way. So folks are listening. Please, I just would hope that the minister gives an open and honest discussion about what it's going to look like. Thank you.
I recognize the member. Hold on. No. Yeah, we're good. You're recognized.
Member raises incredibly important questions that I think that she's right, Nova Scotians need the answers to, but that is not a point of order, that, as far as I can tell.
I wasn't raising a point of order. I was asking a question.
You got addressed by raising a point of order.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Just 1 second here. There was no point of order raised. Yeah. Okay, we're clear here. Minister, are you set to go? Yeah. Okay, I recognize the minister. There's 2 minutes left of this round.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. We've all acknowledged, racism is unacceptable, and it has no place whatsoever in Nova Scotia. In December, myself, the Minister of Elnu Affairs, the Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs, the Minister responsible for Office of Equity and Anti-Racism, we had our long-awaited meeting, follow-up meeting with the individuals that served on the panel, and I want to thank those that took time out of their very busy schedules to meet with us and also to serve on that panel and make a series of recommendations to the government in Nova Scotia on how best to move this forward. Situations across the province that have caused trauma for some Nova Scotians. I can tell you, Mr. Chair, it was a very productive conversation. A conversation that was very impactful on me personally in terms of just how important it was to those that were on the panel that we very much respect their wishes moving forward, and they wish to have further engagement with community on how best to move this forward, to find healing. And that is why the government has put into this budget an investment of close to $1 million to begin that process. That process will be led by the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism.
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's the end of that round. We'll now move on to the next caucus. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to begin on asking about a follow-up question to the land protection issue that I raised in question period, where the minister did update the House on his new accomplishment of protecting 14.55% absent any announcement in the last little while. But I've heard, I wasn't here in the room, but I've heard that he is deflecting that to the Department of Natural Resource to explain where the OECMs are as a lead department. And I have difficulty in accepting that, to be honest with you. You know, I've obviously spent time in that department, and it is clear who the lead department is in protecting land. And it's clear who has the legal obligations to protect land in this province. And if the minister is not going to stand up and speak about that target and the number that he publicly gave in the House, then I think that is a travesty. So I'm not going to ask a question on that because he's not willing to give it tonight. But if I'm going to continue with my time tomorrow, and if the minister can be briefed to give the detailed explanation on where that 0.75 came from, I would appreciate that tomorrow. And I'll come back to it. But this is an obligation not for natural resources, even though the minister mentioned natural resources, I think, more than the word environment in his intro. Yeah. But he is the minister that has to lead this work. So I'll come back to that. But I do have limited time tonight, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask, with that limited time, about the EV increase on taxes. They're being singled out in this budget. The minister knows that. I'm probably going to try to get a couple questions into one round here because I don't suspect I'll get a short answer. But I want to ask the minister the percentage of greenhouse gas emissions in this province that are part of transportation. And if he is concerned that this new tax that's being levied against not only EVs, but hybrid users, not only plug-in hybrid users, I understand, hybrid that were, you know, around for decades now in this province that have the same kind of mileage as modern pure gas engines are being penalized when they're asked to take part in helping the province reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So first, I think I want an acknowledgement that there is a substantial percentage in the province's GHGs relative to the transportation sector. Some provinces have, you know, electric school buses. Some provinces have gone further with electrifying other parts of transportation, but this province was moving ahead fast with adoptions of EVs when the rebate was introduced. That rebate no longer exists at the provincial level. This government has removed that rebate, but now they're going the step further and saying we're not only removing an incentive, but we're going to use the stick against you too and levy this fund with the pretense that they cause harm to the road at a disproportionate level and not paying the gas tax, which, by the way, doesn't come close to the revenue needed to maintain our roads. It's a portion of it. But if you talk to hybrid users, many of them are paying gas tax, and some of them at the same level as other vehicle usage. So there's a lot of people concerned about this, especially the hybrids. So I want to ask that question about the percentage of GHGs in transportation, and if the minister actually does worry about this as the Minister of Environment. That's the hat I'm asking you to wear in this response. If you're worried about slowing the uptake on Nova Scotians taking part in helping us continue to reduce GHGs in the transportation sector.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So lots to unpackage there. So let's start first with our greenhouse gas reduction targets. Certainly, as the member knows, we have arguably the strongest greenhouse emission reduction target in the country, 53% below 2005 levels, and currently, we're at 38.42 GHG reduction below 2005 levels. So we're well on our way to that 53% target. Currently, as of today, we have about 41% renewable energy on the grid, and obviously we have a clean power plan that's going to help us advance that. Certainly in my time as the regulator of industry, since 2021, I've approved 16 onshore wind farms. When this gets operational, these projects, it's going to help us reduce our emissions. So with respect to the FMA and the EVs and hybrids, I certainly understand the questions that are out there. When it comes to what the member referred to as a tax, in point of fact, it's a renewal permit. It's a fee that's attached to a renewal permit when you go to renew your plate and or your permit. And the end goal here is regarding the motive fuel tax, so that so specifically EVs, so that all are paying their fair share when it comes to the motive fuel tax. That's not environmental policy. That is fiscal policy. Certainly, as a government, we do encourage residents to be as conscientious to the environment as possible. Certainly myself personally, I drive a hybrid that works for me and my family of six, my busy family of six. And so look, certainly we remain committed to very strong greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. We know, Mr. Chair, this is a tough budget, but it's also a budget we continue to make big investments in. And we know, Mr. Chair, how important it is to continue to make those big investments. We're making those investments in climate change policy. We continue to have a fully funded climate plan. We continue with our annual updates every July to let Nova Scotians where we're at on our climate goals. Specifically, one of them is also where we're at on our greenhouse gas reduction targets. And certainly, look, I mean, when it comes to the question that the members asked, I mean, that's very much fiscal policy. It's not environmental policy. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the core mandate of the Department of Environment is the regulator of large industry. The Department of Environment doesn't regulate EVs or hybrids. We regulate industry to ensure that they don't have an adverse impact on the environment or human health. We are the lead on climate change. However, as the member knows, when it comes to EVs and things of that nature, that's the scope of the Department of Energy. Just as I highlighted in my previous answer, the investments we're making through the climate plan, those investments are delivered by various departments, whether it's fisheries and aquaculture, whether it's agriculture, whether it's growth and development, whether it's public works. That's why I often say it's an all-hands-on-deck approach to our response to climate change. So as it pertains to the renewal fee for EVs and hybrids, that is a question very much suited to the Department of Finance, because that's fiscal policy. It's not environmental policy as it pertains to a regulatory department like Environment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is not going to speak up on issues that do relate to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and ask us to ask a minister that's responsible for only the finances, then who else will stand up for the environment? I mean, why bother? You just actually said, I think, a telling answer that the Department of Environment is primarily a regulator. Well, that was the original intent for the Department of Environment, to regulate industry. The addition of the name climate change in the name was to elevate climate change, to add an associate deputy so that climate change, it was much more than a regulator. And I don't know why you're keeping the name climate change in the Department of Environment right now.
Order.
I don't know why the minister is.
Order. I've just, a couple times today, will speak through me, just using the word you. No good through me. Thanks. I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Usually we had historically free-flowing conversations at estimates, but that's fine. I don't know why the minister wants to keep the name climate change in the department, but let's just ask this question then. Why is Nova Scotia going to be the only province in the country that wants to levy hybrid users? The minister mentioned he is a hybrid user. Presumably he has lots of constituents that are driving hybrids that are going to be paying an extra annual fee, a cash grab. This isn't just a financial matter. Who's going to speak on behalf of the environment in the department? And does the minister accept that when people transition to driving hybrids and EVs, I think hybrids is just crazy that you're doing this, that the minister is doing this, but EVs too, that are participating, does the minister acknowledge that there is long-term savings, if we want to talk about finance, to the province as we transition and electrify transportation, and as Nova Scotians are continuously adopting that model to help the province achieve their goals? Social costs, healthcare costs, less asthma episodes, less heart disease, less everything when there's less pollution. Does the Minister of Environment, can he speak to that with his colleagues, that there is actually an advantage to Nova Scotians adopting EVs? Or is he actually leaving it up to the Department of Finance to figure that out on their own?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and lots to unpackage there. So let's begin with this. In the summer of 2024, Pembina Institute, an environmental think tank based out of Western Canada, ranked Nova Scotia third, just after Quebec and British Columbia, for our sustainable development approach for our climate change response. A province does not attain a ranking like that by being lightweights. Rather, we attain a ranking like that because we are a jurisdiction that takes environmental stewardship very, very seriously. That is why, in the fall of 2021, the first major piece of legislation introduced by this government was the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. 28 goals legislated to guide us to 2030 to help us adapt and mitigate the realities of climate change. That's how serious we take the issue. We legislated our climate change goals, and Mr. Chair, I believe we're the only jurisdiction in Canada with legislated climate change goals. And then from there, we began, Mr. Chair, to work on our first fully funded climate change plan. Previous governments never put forward a climate change plan. These are very strong plans, very strong actions to help us achieve greenhouse gas emission, to help traditional sectors adapt and mitigate the realities of climate change, to help average everyday Nova Scotians adapt to climate change. On the regulatory side, as Environment Minister, I've approved through the environmental assessment process 53 projects. I think the most projects of any Environment Minister, and many of those, Mr. Chair, are wind farms, are for projects that will help us power the transition to clean renewables, to help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to help us to get to a cleaner, more greener Nova Scotia. We've released risk assessments, 2 risk assessments in 5 years to help Nova Scotians and municipalities and not-for-profits become informed with what is happening globally and what is happening in our backyard. We take the environment, we take environmental stewardship, we take climate change very, very seriously, and we've put money behind it, significant investment. Did you know, Mr. Chair, that since 2021, this government has invested $270 million, over $250 million, to help Nova Scotians get off oil and convert to heat pumps. Are those the actions of a government that doesn't take environment or climate change seriously? We've set a target in AGCRA to create a pathway for more EVs, for more hybrids. But that is very much driven by the market. And just to bridge back to the member's question, I mean, that renewal fee is about, if you ask finance, it's about everyone paying their fair share when it comes to the motive fuel tax, to how that helps support the maintenance of our 100 series highways. In no way is that meant to deter someone from purchasing an EV or a hybrid, but rather, as finance would say, it's about paying your fair share for the maintenance of the highways. Mr. Chair, we've established the first community-based fund, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund. And in the 3 rounds that have been administered thus far by the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, millions and millions of dollars have flowed into community projects to help communities adapt and mitigate the realities of climate change. These are significant investments. We've created the Community Climate Capacity Program to help specifically municipalities adapt to climate change. They've been asking for those supports for many, many years, and this government delivered on that. We've preserved thousands of hectares of land and water because this is something Nova Scotians cherish. We are the first government to create a system of accountability, the output-based pricing system, a much more effective system than the previous cap-and-trade system, to hold large emitters accountable. Are these the actions of a minister or a government that doesn't take the environment seriously? I've often said over the years, Mr. Chair, that it is an all-hands-on-deck approach. That is why, and I will table it, the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. And I'll get
Order, please. That's the time we have for tonight. It's now 9:01 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Now, we did have a couple points of order earlier. So the clerks will review the recordings this evening, and they'll have their advice ready for tomorrow. And we'll go from there. So please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day.